Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Pokemon Rebuilders. As always, I am your host and GM, Working Class Werewolf, and tonight I am joined by my wonderful friends and players. Hang on a second. By my wonderful friends and players, we have Himbo.
I'm straight up not having a good time right now, dog. I mean, I am, but that's the last thing that I put, so.
Alright, looks so good so far. We have Nyx.
You're not having a good time. You're not the one who's in the thick of it.
We have Strider.
Uh-oh.
Who may be AFK for a second, that's fine. And we have Frey.
With an archive of over, 330 moves and, 340 Pokemon.
That's amazing that you have 30% of basically the national dex, or, the entire dex.
I got a lot of pictures. Some of them are, Hisuian variants and,
Why are you Jersey?
I don't know.
So how are we all doing tonight?
Oh my god, I have been both anticipating and dreading this moment.
Understandable. It's
the main event. I'm here to have a good time.
Indeed. And hopefully a good time shall continue to be had by all as we get back into the battle this week. So
Round 2, fight.
Yeah, I just got back into World of Combat or something.
Kind of, I guess.
welcome back, Strider. We are alive now, and we are starting off. Sorry.
I don't care. You're good. I had to get.
It's all good, but
Thank
yeah,
you for waiting.
no worries. And since we are all here, shall we get started?
Let's do it.
Baller. All right, so first things first, let's get introductions underway. It has been several months since the Rebuilder Corps of Red Cloister returned to the surface after the devastation wrought by the impact of Grand Meteor Delta over 100 years ago. Since then, they have found countless new discoveries in the New World, along with countless more new dangers. Despite it all, however, the Rebuilders continue their mission to reconnect with the Cloisters across the region, as well as the rest of the world, in order to rebuild the world destroyed so long ago. Some of the most crucial contributors to this mission have been Layla the Soldier, Jakob the Caretaker, Toshiko the Scientist, Ace the Salvager, Cece the Tactician, and Sam the Renegade. Progress has indeed been made, and the future is looking bright, but enemies still yet lurk in the shadows, and the Rebuilders' mission is still far from over. When we last left our heroes, Blue had just received a challenge from Layla in order to acquire the Earth Badge for our heroes' pursuit to the Pokemon League in the Indigo Plateau, having been locked off by Lance after it had been breached by Cynthia. And now our heroes need the badges to get in. So, after a brief stint of training between Layla and her party, Layla was able to gain some valuable battle insights and brush up on her skills, but was still feeling a bit intimidated by the prospect, her own past defeats having come to haunt her something fiercely. But, with some encouragement from her friends, especially from AJ, who advised her to fight dirty and spoke as a sort of little brother to her, she was able to muster enough confidence to go into the battle. And as the battle started, she came off to an incredibly strong start, pulling the rug out from underneath Blue's feet and managing to knock him on his ass for quite a bit. However, Blue proved that he was not ex-champion for no reason, and was quickly able to turn the tide of battle just as much in his favor as much as Layla was to her. The battle has been a huge mass of give and take, with each side trading blows, and Layla losing 3 Pokemon in the process, but in the turn, taking out 3 of Blue's Pokemon as well. Layla even lost another, but was able to bring it back with a max revive, and now the scales tipped are evenly matched, but only just, as we resume our story. A bit slapdash, but I think it does it.
It works. Just as point of order to remind from last time, Brienne's Outrage did have Smite on it, so she did actually have the Confusion and the Enrage, so she's still enraged, but based on those saves, she is no longer confused, and damage has been allocated. Also, I believe this was the turn where, like, we kind of did the thing for Arcanine's Flamethrower, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was a thing.
That is correct, and we are going to open back up to the gym battle, currently in progress. At the top of the round, with Blue having just sent out Exeggutor.
I want you to know AJ is recording this.
That is a good thing. Alright, let me just... And we will get to the battle back on our way as soon as the music is started once again. Here we go. And we go to Brienne's turn.
Layla looks up to AJ, locks eyes with him, and gives him a thankful and knowing smile.
AJ gives a thumbs up, like, you got this.
Layla looks forward and says, "We gotta take out the threat. Brienne, rush forward. Poison jab." Brienne is going to dash forward as toxic venom begins to engulf her claws. But before she hits Arcanine, Layla shouts at the last second, "On Exeggutor!" So Brienne is going to side sweep and go for an Exeggutor. This will proc an attack of opportunity from Arcanine.
Don't think you're getting past us so easily! Arcanine, counterattack it!
This is just the attack up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll probably hit.
Yeah,
Not a
it
bad
does.
hit either.
She takes it in stride, but she has her eyes laser focused on Exeggutor.
So as Brienne, charges past, Arcanine is going to quickly snap, and its teeth are going to scrape against Brienne's tail as she rushes past, leaving a small trail of blood.
And Brienne is going to use Poison Jab on Exeggutor.
Alright.
Fuck!
Exeggutor! Incoming! And then, as Brienne swings her axe, Exeggutor is going to move its body, almost like a sixth sense, and bends like a tree in the breeze, avoiding the swing entirely.
I really hope that this one is, like, the one that, like, I needed to get out of the way. I'm really hoping that.
In that case, we'll also focus on the true threat. Arcanine, use Flamethrower on Aegislash!
And we did do the damage on that. That was flamethrower for 66 minus special defense, which would have injured Caliburn.
Mm-hmm. As Arcanine lets out a gout of flame that coats Caliburn.
All right.
And
Layla-
Exeggutor doesn't get a Pokemon turn this round due to getting sent out and other past turn shenanigans.
Yeah.
Layla.
Layla is going to give Caliburn an X special attack, or just an X attack, I'm sorry.
Alright. 2 combat stages of attack for Caliburn.
And she will say, Caliburn, go and assist Brienne! Aerial Ace! Caliburn will spin vertically as they soar towards Exeggutor, coming around in a flanking position to do Aerial Ace. So that will be times 1.5.
Exeggutor, filter through it!
Okay, times 1.25. Frey?
64, 16, plus 16.
65.
No, but 64 divided by
right.
4 to get that 0.25 would be 16 because so 16 and 65 is 70 to 81.
Okay, so that is 81 minus physical defense. And then
81, you say?
81 minus physical defense and Pack Hunt is procced. So 81 minus a tick of hit points as well.
Alright, so, that is going to proc that's going to proc 2 injuries on Exeggutor.
Sweet.
As Blue will say, "Don't let this shake you, Exeggutor! You're crucial for this last stretch! Fight through it!" At which point, Exeggutor will... What the heck am I doing wrong? Oh, that's right, he's over here.
Are we doing top of the round?
Almost.
Exeggutor, I thought, doesn't have a turn?
He doesn't.
So just to be clear, we are still in the first round. We have not gone to the next round? Oh, got it. Okay.
And that will make it so that Exeggutor now only has 1 injury.
Okay.
Alright. Blue is going to opt to use...
Before Blue does anything, Layla is gonna shout, "Not so fast, old man!" Caliburn, time for a sneak attack! And we'll go for a Shadow Sneak, which is a priority move.
If that's how you're going to play, then fine! Arcanine Extreme Speed!
I imagine Arcanine gets to go first for that.
Yep. And in the blink of an eye, Arcanine is behind Brienne. With its fangs bared.
Oh boy. That hits. Brienne is still standing. Caliburn Shadow Sneaks. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oof.
Oh my god, I'm...
Way to go, Executor!
Next, refresh your page.
Given what I want to do next, okay.
And then Blue is going to apply a max potion to Executor.
There it is. There were those rolls that screwed me over. I was wondering where those would be.
Brienne's turn.
Hold on. I actually did do the refresh, so I gotta get all my sheets out.
It's all good. I've been there.
Alright, fine. Brienne, no mercy! And Layla's Z-ring is going to glow.
What? A Z move? I might also just start giving Z moves Smite.
Well, the one that Layla is basing this one on already has Smite, so...
Never mind then.
Don't worry about this.
Yeah.
Harness your anger, focus your rage. You carry the might of the dragons with you. Now, unleash it!
You're on,
Brienne, devastating Drake!
on your toes, Pokemon! You have them flanked! You have an advantage!
Please. I refreshed. Come on, although that's smite damage, though. Mm-hmm. So that will be 51 minus physical.
That's still something.
Yeah, that's not nothing.
Has Brienne used her food buff this combat so far?
I was just going to. That is a pack hunt on Executor.
What food does she have? Is it one that gives a +4 bonus to accuracy on things?
Yes.
And she's under the effect of something right now, I see from her icon,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
This
That
may
was the enrage. So hold on. She has it is the citrus berry, which will give that 15 HP, or not citrus berry. I'm sorry, lumberry, or not lumberry. Yes, it was lumberry. Yes,
Yeah,
lumberry
lumberries.
to get rid of her confusion and her rage. And then it will be, and it is the sweet leftovers. Oh no, it's not the one that, or yes it is. Yeah. That is the sweet leftovers. So yes, that is a +4, you said?
So if it's sweet, then that's going to be +4 to evasion and +4 to accuracy until the end of her next turn.
Okay, so then...
That's a 7.
Yes.
That will barely hit Arcanine.
Okay, so Arcanine takes the full damage.
Flank doesn't reduce your accuracy, does it?
No, just evasion.
And
It
if it barely hits
others hit
Arcanine,
you.
it's definitely hitting Executor.
Okay, so Executor gets 103 minus physical, and also tick of damage from Caliburn.
Okay, this is gonna suck. Alright, 103.
Yep, plus a tick of hit points. So it hits both of them.
Yep. I walked right into that trap. But no matter. My Pokemon are fast enough that they'll be able to. And then suddenly Brienne's devastating Drake is going to pick up speed with a sudden burst of energy from within its body. that will catch both Exeggutor and Arcanine off guard. Impossible! Where did it get that speed?
Brienne licks her lips as the lumberry dumpling, crumbles out of her mouth. And she will nod to Jakob in thanks.
Yakov's just kind of clenching his fist tighter in the seat as he's watching closely.
How are they looking?
I'll tell you in a second, but, not wonderful!
I mean, if 81 minus defense was enough to get 2 injuries on Exeggutor, it might not be up.
103 plus physical, or minus physical, and a tick of hit points.
Yeah, Arcanine is, angry but starting to struggle a bit. Exeggutor is barely standing up.
Boy, they endure. Boy, they are enduring souls.
I can't believe this! But so long as Exeggutor stands, we can still fight! And we won't go out without showing some of our might.
Damn it, I was waiting for the comedy to be like, as long as Exeggutor stands, Exeggutor falls.
Nope. Sorry.
That's impressive. This is a
How's
heck of a
Brienne
fight.
looking?
That berry definitely helped her out.
And how's Caliburn looking?
Or, not the berry, they're both injured, but they still look like they could both, do more.
Did you heal your 1/16 from the leftovers?
Ah!
That would have happened at the start of your Pokemon's turn?
Okay, yep, no, we're good, we're golden.
Exeggutor! Disengage! Now use Leech Seed on Aegislash! Hold on a second. Oh, okay, no. Actually, no. Exeggutor! Stay still and shrug off your injury! You can do this! And Exeggutor, as a shift action, is going to remove one of its injury.
So, it would have had 4 injuries, but now it only has 2.
Would have 3 injuries, but now it only has 2.
Devastating Drake would have given it 2 injuries.
That's fair. And now, show them your hidden power! And Exeggutor's eyes are going to glow and its heads are going to start to spin. And as it does, a white beam of energy is going to appear around it that quickly turns red and fiery.
Oh, shit. Oh.
And then it bursts that energy out to hit both Brienne and Aegislash.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, hold on.
69 and 23.
Okay. Caliburn is now going to proc his berry. So that will be a this will be a spice. Wait, sorry. I'm so sorry. This will be a bitter and sour leftovers, citrus berry and leftovers. So the bitter part the bitter part and the sour part will both give 10 damage reduction in both physical and special defense. And also heal 15 from that. So
that's your secret. You keep your Pokemon quite well fed.
I don't. She looks up to Jakob. He does.
You're a lot like him, you know. My old rival. He always spoke about the power and strength of friendship. Working together and teamwork and all that. I never did understand it myself. But perhaps this old coot still has a few tricks to learn.
Maybe. We'll see at the end of this battle, won't we?
Indeed, because this old dog's still not going down without a fight.
Layla will... I need to check my inventory. Layla will give Caliburn a hyper potion.
Okay. Probably a smart move. And Caliburn used a priority move, so top of the round?
Yes, we did. Yep.
All right.
Sorry. Caliburn, don't let up! Do it again! And we're gonna try Shadow Sneak again. On Executor.
Is that at will?
Yes, it is!
Go for it.
Flanked.
That he is.
So that will be 68 times 1.5.
An
Yeah, that
extra
still hits with flank,
34.
so yeah.
Is it 1.25
Yep.
resistance once, or is that always?
That's a static thing.
1.25 with filter. That is 85 minus physical.
So yeah, with that, Executor will suddenly go wide-eyed and then white-eyed as it collapses to the ground, unable to battle.
Caliburn flourishes.
Executor is unable to battle!
Caliburn flourishes and then will move to Brienne's side.
couldn't seize the advantage we needed. We'll have to make do then.
It was a good try. I know how powerful Executors are, so I knew I had to get that one out.
You know how to focus your targets.
It's low and faint currently, but Jakob is starting to slowly just kind of like tap one of his feet in rhythm to, like, he's just starting to get a little bit pumped up about Layla's chances right now.
Oh my god. I somehow imagine Jakob doing the Matthew McConaughey thing from The Wolf of Wall Street. Just in the stand, just...
Blue then sends out Alakazam and then says, however, you'll find I know the exact same strategy. Alakazam! Shadow Ball!
I was looking at Shadow Sneak and I'm like, that misses, but no.
And Alakazam will glow its eyes and then suddenly let out a massive black energy ball towards Caliburn. And that's
Nope.
gonna miss.
Caliburn, can I flavor this?
Go ahead.
Caliburn will basically take the Shadow Ball hit, and it almost looks like it's absorbing it, and its eye glares at Alakazam.
Alakazam, get out of there! And it teleports away. Brienne.
Let's see. How does Alakazam look compared to Arcanine?
Compared to Arcanine, significantly better. But still a bit banged up. Not enough to be injured, but...
Okay. It's there. Let's focus on Arcanine. And then... You know what? We still got one left. Brienne is going to move a little bit further down. Let me just get those leftovers figured out first. And we still have one more outrage left. This looks like the time to do it. Or actually, no. No, let's not do outrage. Not yet. Let's do instead a Dragon Claw. All right.
Yeah, that'll land.
Okay. So that is 57 minus physical. I imagine that doesn't do too much.
Yeah, that's painful, but Arcanine is able to endure it.
Yeah.
Was the accuracy bonus a one-turn thing or the fight thing?
It's a one turn. It's like, it lasts basically until the end of her next turn. So now that goes away.
Nice.
Not that it would have made a difference.
57 minus defense.
Yep.
Alright. Up next is Arcanine, who is going to glare and growl at Brienne intimidatingly.
What is he doing? Brienne doesn't care. Brienne stares back and growls.
I figured as much, but I had to try.
Oh, shit, I forgot. There's one thing that Brienne does want to do. One more thing.
Oh?
We will do this to... Let's have some fun. After her Dragon Claw, she is going to glare at Alakazam.
Okay, I'm gonna say no because you missed your turn on that.
Fair enough. I'll save it for next time. I miss it.
Yep.
You're right. Okay, Arcanine, go.
Just see if you can hold on a little longer, Arcanine. Charge in! Use Fire Fang! And it lunges at Aegislash with Fire Fang.
Okay,
Now's a critical moment!
what does that mean?
It means something you're really not gonna like.
Oh, I think this is some Ace Trainer bullshit.
You are correct.
Oh, shit.
That's it?
Yeah, and that means with Oh wait, no, this is agility training. Shit, that does nothing now. No wait, this is with the orders. So with brutal orders, that means a 16 is enough to proc a coin flip. And since with brutal orders, 19, 18, 17, 16, I think that's a crit.
Bonus, it does not
Oh, no,
include crit range. So it does not crit, but it does... So is that...
Oh, wait, bonus
that the
for Pokemon
number, or is it,
training,
like, the
not
roll?
orders? Oh shit, never mind.
Yeah, training, not orders.
Okay, never mind. So that's not gonna work then. Crap.
Okay,
I tried.
I know. It's okay. We both tried to do something, and it just did not work. Okay,
Now,
that's okay.
23,
Now-
it's still 70 damage.
Yep.
You tried
Minus
to do
physical.
the crit, but you did succeed in taking 3 years off of her natural lifespan.
See, if they had been trained brutally for this fight, that would have worked. But they were trained agilely, so.
Correct.
C'est la vie.
Okay. Halburn gets another injury. Yeah, no, that, oh my god. No! Really, Strider? God! Oh, you had to do that before you left.
Oh, a parting
yeah,
gift. How fun.
I love you, but holy crap.
I love you too. Don't worry, I'll be here for like 5 to 10 minutes of it.
Okay,
Alright, so I set that for 15 minutes.
correct.
Alright, so no swearing for 15 minutes, starting right fucking now.
Wouldn't it be a really jerk move if I cursed right before I left?
That would fucking suck.
Hey!
I love you so much.
What? What happened?
Alright, restarting. Alright, so
Trey
that's Bruce
is
Arcanine's
my
turn.
game plan for this thing.
Layla.
Layla is
Excuse me.
going to use her last hyper potion on Brienne.
Okay.
And Caliburn.
Swearing in the chat still counts!
Nice try.
Typing counts?
Yes!
Oops.
All right. In that case. All right. Oh my god, I'm getting dizzy.
Alright. Caliburn used its priority move, yeah?
Yes, it did.
Alright. Up next is Blue. We're seeing this through to the end! And Blue will apply a potion to Arcanine.
Okay, I kind of figured as much.
Specifically a max potion.
Yep.
And then as he applies, he's going to say, Arcanine, Alakazam, whatever happens, I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of all of you. Now then. Alakazam! Use Psychic! On Brienne! Alakazam's eyes will glow and its spoons will twirl, and then it will shove them across as it attempts to telekinetically slam Brienne across the ground.
Yeah, that
will hit.
hits.
Bam! Brienne's turn.
Let me do subtraction real quick. All right, now Brienne glares towards Alakazam. Now this happened. Alakazam's speed is lowered by 2 combat stages.
Alright, yep. Not much you can do about that.
Oh. I have a choice to make. So then what does Alakazam's speed now become?
28.
Oh wow, Jesus. So that goes after Arcanine then.
Yep.
Got it.
Who did Alakazam use Psychic on?
Brienne.
Roger that.
Brienne is going to keep her focus on Arcanine and will rush back in with her Dragon Claw.
Alright.
That should hit 69 minus physical.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that'll land.
a pack hunt from Caliburn.
Alright. Arcanine is enduring to the best of its ability, but for all of the health it regains, it keeps getting knocked back down. It's like a Dark Souls fight or an Elden Ring fight. But it's still standing strong.
It didn't get another injury, did it?
It got one additional injury.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But now it is Arcanine's turn. Has Arcanine used Shrug Off yet?
Yes.
Okay. Then in that case...
Alchemist says, or a Bloodborne fight.
Executor used Shrug Off.
That was Executor.
When did Arcanine use Shrug Off?
I thought, that might be...
It might not have. I don't think it has.
Machamp shrugged off?
Yep.
Oh yeah, Machamp was the one that did that, not Arcanine.
Shrug it off, Arcanine! And Arcanine is able to recompensate for the damage it took. But stay on target! And Arcanine is going to growl as it shifts slowly and intimidatingly focuses over towards Caliburn. Oh wait, no, wait, what? I think I got that information wrong because I think they eroded that to me, so that's at will.
Hold please. Because I believe you might be right.
I'm certain I'm right. It's in the Players 2016.
Intimidate errata. It is... Nope, that's the wrong one.
At will swift action once, but it's only usable on once per Pokemon.
Hey, guess what? Caliburn don't care either.
I figured as much. But I imagine Caliburn will care about what comes next.
I'm sure he will. Or rather, I'm sure they will.
No more holding back, Arcanine! Flare Blitz! And Arcanine's entire body is going to ignite as it then charges and slams with full force, attempting to hit Caliburn.
Nope. Caliburn will meet it head on and try and basically just stop Arcanine in his tracks.
Even in attack mode, you don't have like no guard or something?
Nope. As an Aegislash, Caliburn loses no guard and gains weapons change. Or stance change.
Oh, nice.
So Caliburn sees the attack coming and quickly stands to the side and holds out its shield and stops Arcanine dead in its tracks, tanking the heat as its metal glows white hot, but it endures as it shakes and rattles with the force until the Flare Blitz finally dies down.
Yeah, Layla basically shouts to Caliburn, "Stand your ground!"
And at that, it's going to literally stab itself into the ground as it holds Arcanine back. Rather creative usage.
Protect each other. Survive together. We've had to get creative in the field.
Layla, it is your turn.
Layla is going to... We're gonna do an X. Let's do an X attack on... Who has more left? Let's max it out. On Caliburn.
All right. And that'll bring us to God Help Me Caliburn.
Uh-huh. Okay. Taking deep breaths. Survive together. Caliburn, show them how sharp you are. Aerial Ace. And Caliburn is going to swing around, coming into a flanking position, and do Aerial Ace on Arcanine.
All right. That's a crit!
Hell yeah! What's Arcanine doing?
So, Caliburn swings around and finds an exposed sore spot on Arcanine's back just beneath its mane, and it strikes with the backside of its blade and digs into Arcanine for a critical attack, bypassing Arcanine's defenses and causing it to topple. Arcanine is unable to battle! The writing seems to be on the wall.
Don't tell me you're quitting already. Fight to the bitter end.
As if you would expect me to do any different?
Good.
If I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out with everything I've got! And Blue is going to use an X speed on Alakazam, bringing it back up to 34 points of initiative.
Well, okay then. Rude.
Alakazam! Another Shadow Ball! And once more, a Shadow Ball will lob from around the corner and careen, this time impacting directly into poor Caliburn for super effective damage.
Another 32. 97.
Yep. That'll do it. That'll bring Caliburn down.
As the Shadow Ball is about to impact, Caliburn will try to raise its shield, but it will phase through and strike Caliburn directly in the hilt, causing it to clang against the ground limply as it falls unconscious. Aegislash is unable to battle!
Layla will recall Caliburn, look to their Pokeball and say, "You were a great defender. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all of you." There is a moment where Layla, like, for the first time in this battle, she has that confident smile back.
Cece is smiling and cheering her lungs out, and Magenta is likewise just got tears in her eyes, and her hands are just shaking as she lifts them to 11 and calls out Layla with support.
Woo!
And we can swear again.
Fuck yeah.
So, Alakazam just went, yeah?
Yes, because they shadow balled.
It is Brienne's turn.
Yes. Layla is going to, with that smile, that dragonic confidence comes back and it flows through Brienne. Let's finish this. All out, Brienne. Outrage. And Brienne is going to charge towards Alakazam, swinging her axe blade.
Going through solid wall?
So right here?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Oh, she's got so much move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
She has 9 move. There we go. All right. And now, once more with feeling, outrage.
Get ready, Alakazam!
Hell yeah! 78 minus physical.
Not much I can do about that. That's gonna hit. Neutral damage.
How's Alakazam looking?
So, describe your attack.
As I said, Brienne charges, her flinging her axe blades wildly as she charges. And with all of the same might that psychic did on Brienne, she brings it back like twofold.
All right. So, Brienne is going to charge down, swing the corner, axes blazing, and just brandishing about and landing blow after blow after blow after furious, unsettling blow against Alakazam before finally smacking them and knocking Alakazam to the ground, leaving a trail of, like, blood and hair as Alakazam slams and lands on the ground, beaten and battered. But then after a second passes, its eyes flutter open and its spoons levitate off the ground along with the rest of its body once more as it floats there, breathing intensely. Alakazam may be more frail than my other Pokemon physically, but it's still my Alakazam, and it knows how to take a punch.
As Toshi's narrating this, she's like, "Oh, he chopped off some of his mustache."
I
Layla.
really hope that's what happened. Chopped
Yes.
off some of its mustache.
Oh, yeah.
He said hair.
Yep, yeah, that's what I was implying.
Hell yeah, I caught it.
Yay. Layla looks to Lucci's Pokeball and says, "You're not done shining yet. Show 'em what you can do." And Layla will toss out Lucci's Pokeball. Does Lucci come back in Mega form or in regular form? This is important.
Mega form.
Lucci's back, baby! And because Caliburn didn't get a turn, Lucci goes.
The Max Revive! She used it to bring... Of course!
Lucci, sing it a lullaby. It's time to go to sleep. And Alakazam is asleep.
As
And
you do
with
that,
wistful... Go ahead.
Blue is going to smirk. So, a clever move, Layla. But Alakazam is clever too.
Just as an additional thing, attack and special attack are lowered by 2 combat stages.
Before Alakazam's eyes shut, they flicker, and Lucci suddenly falls asleep too.
You know what? That's okay. The lullaby did exactly what it needed to. And Layla will go and wake up Lucci.
You sent out Lucci, though.
Yes, that is you are absolutely correct. Yes. The synchronize sucks, but the important part was lowering those attacks. That was the important part. Because Alakazam kind of scares me a little.
Alright, so, lowers special attack and...
Special and attack. Special attack and attack by 2 combat stages.
Got it, alright. So we're going to bring this down to the wire. Let's bring it down to the wire! And Blue is finally going to use a full restore.
Okay.
Alakazam is awakened back on its feet as its body and health recovers somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
You may have lowered our attack with that lullaby of yours, but there's more than one way to get us out on the field to deal out some damage. Alakazam, use Seismic Toss!
Give me 1 minute. So how much is that?
50. As Alakazam is going to send Brienne skyrocketing up into the top of the gym before slamming her back down to the bottom of the gym full force.
You said 50?
Yep. And that's damage loss.
Here,
Health loss not related to defenses.
here is a question.
Okay.
Does this apply?
No.
Okay. All right. I figured as much. I figured I'd ask.
No, it's a good idea to ask that, but no.
Okay. Mom,
How's Brienne looking?
That is... She's getting there, but she is still, like, she's still standing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Well, since she's still standing, it's Brienne's turn, but now she's still confused and enraged.
yes. We will do those at the end.
And has leftovers at the beginning.
Yes. Thank you for the reminder. Focus the rest of that rage. Dragon Claw. Bitch.
Dodge it!
Does the confusion still...
I believe so.
Okay, so that is half the attack, right?
Let's get the exact text of Confusion just to be certain.
Frey!
There
Yep.
it is.
Yeah, makes an attack roll. So you lose is equal to half your attack.
And then for confused and for enraged. All right, cool.
Lucci is asleep.
Can Lucci delay until after Layla's turn?
I don't know if you can do that while asleep, but I'm willing to allow it.
Okay. Layla wakes up Lucci.
Alright.
Lucci, you saw it in your dreams. So go ahead and do it. And Layla will have Lucci flutter over to Alakazam and do a mirror move with Seismic Toss.
Alright, yeah, that'll hit. So, how much damage is Alakazam taking?
40.
Owie.
And, because Seismic Toss is technically a melee move, right?
Physical, yeah. And it's in melee, yeah.
Pack Hunt.
Oh, you clever Claude. Alright, that'll be another injury to Alakazam. But Alakazam is rising back up once more.
What was the thing? I had the thing.
Is that 2 injuries now?
3 injuries.
3 injuries.
Layla has a thing.
No, I'm trying to get up the thing, but
Okay.
now we're good. Now we're good.
Alright. Top of the round, and, Alakazam will now shrug it off. Actually, no, it will not. It is going to, use its shift action instead to teleport. Over here and use Seismic Toss once more on Brienne.
Seismic Toss.
Actually, maybe not. No, we are going to teleport further away. As Blue will have Alakazam use Psychic on Brienne.
With her speed evade, that misses.
Damn.
Being quick is nice.
That Dragon Dance saved her life.
So Brienne is going to start to feel herself getting, like, lifted and light-footed off the ground. So she's going to swing her head and anchor herself with her axe into the ground so that Alakazam cannot pull off the attack. Incredible! Brienne.
Take it out with all you got. One more Dragon Claw. Brienne will rush in with the Dragon Claw. 73 minus physical.
So Dragon Claw is going to sink in, break one of Alakazam's spoons off a bit, and it digs into its chest as Alakazam's eyes go wide and start to fade, and its body begins to go limp. Not yet!
No!
And then suddenly Alakazam's eyes are going to flash open wide as you see a gem tucked beneath its chin hover over a plain gray color, and then it cracks open as its body is empowered with normal type energy. Hyper Beam! And then Alakazam's spoons are going to glow with irradiated energy as it focuses them into a crosshair and blasts Brienne with everything he has.
Hold on. I need additions.
What are we adding? I am number machine.
Hold on. No. Let me cook. All right. It pushes her back
Hold on a second.
as far as it could possibly go.
I might have done that wrong. Keep doing stuff. Okay, yeah, I did that wrong. Sorry, hang on a second. That should do a little more damage, actually.
Oh,
The gem that exploded?
Yep, so it should have a +3, I want to say, to its damage base.
Oh, to the damage base.
Yeah.
what? So that's how much more?
I will re-roll and let you know.
Okay.
So sorry. That much more.
12
So
more damage.
12 more. So even though it is an interrupt, it still immediately faints?
Yep.
Okay. That will take Brienne down.
Both Alakazam and Haxorus are unable to battle! The winner is Layla!
Woo! Cheers from the balcony.
Hold up a second.
Jakob is running down the stairs from the balcony.
Hold on a sec.
Yeah, I'm just being a stickler for aesthetics and atmosphere.
Fair enough.
And also, I need to play this now. An incredible match from a most worthy trainer. You pushed me to my limit farther than I've ever been in years, and you even made me feel like a young man again. But alas, I'm not a young man anymore. I have grown quite old, and it seems I must hand the future off to this next generation. But if it's in the hands of you and yours, I think the future's actually got a pretty good chance.
As
Just
he's
don't remember who got you
approaching-
here. Just don't forget who got you here.
First of all, Lucci D-Mega evolves.
Mm-hmm.
And then Layla looks like she is in shock. And, like, it hasn't fully registered yet. And Lucci comes over, de-evolving back into their regular form, and does the encouraging cleaning that Lucci did as a Swablu. kind of,
Just
but it's, like, much more gentle. Like, it's not
dabbing the sweat from your brow.
Pretty much. Layla looks at Lucci, and Lucci smiles back at Layla. And Layla's smile finally cracks as she looks to Lucci and says, "Fuck, we did it. We fucking did it."
That max revive was key to your victory. You used it at just the right time and the right moment.
Layla, like, puts her head to Lucci and says,
And on just the right Pokemon, too.
"Thank you." And I imagine this is where all of Layla's Pokemon now come back out.
Well, yeah. But they're, like, severely weak and exhausted.
Yes, but, like, this is a big thing, so they all want to come out and celebrate in
Absolutely.
this. So,
Mm-hmm.
And the peanut gallery is probably making its way down at this point.
oh yeah.
100%.
Love and encouragement for all the hard work.
I just gotta find the dang music again. Here we are. Layla, you did it! Cece screams exuberantly. Tears in her
Holy
eyes,
fuck,
she's
I
running
did it!
towards you.
I fucking did it!
Indeed you did. As Blue reaches into his pocket and then pulls out this. And hands it over towards you. As leader of the Viridian City Gym, it is my honor and esteemed privilege to award you, Layla, the Earth Badge.
Layla will take it graciously in her hand. And she looks all around to all of her Pokemon and says, "All of you did a fucking amazing. I couldn't have done this without any of you."
Indeed. You showcased your sheer tenacity and expert mastery of your ability to command your Pokemon, no matter how strong or how tricky they may be. Thus, by wielding that Earth Badge, you will have the ability to have all of your Pokemon listen to you without question.
Holy shit. Guys, I fucking did it! Like, Layla looks like the floodgates are all opening and she's just...
Mm-hmm. And then you will hear the trembling, clopping footsteps of Magenta as she's just, like, shaking like a leaf, her eyes on the verge of bursting into tears with a look of pride but also just nervousness on her face as she makes her way over towards Layla. Blue is kind of going to step out of the way.
I know a girlfriend when I see one. I'm getting out of here.
Layla, you really did it! You actually beat Leader Blue!
I can't believe it.
I mean, I can. I always knew you could, and I always believed in you, even down to the last second. And you did it. You pulled it through the end. It just makes me so happy. And then she just leans over, gives you a hug, and then just, like, in a moment of sheer boldness, gives you a gentle peck on the cheek.
Like, Layla, there's a part of Layla that, it's not that she doesn't notice it, but she's in so much, like, awe that it's like, okay, this is a thing that happens. I'm going to address this a little bit later, because I am mentally and emotionally exhausted. Like, it's nice, but I'm not gonna deal with that right now. I'm going to enjoy the moment, because this feels nice.
Jakob runs forward and opens his arms as well, running towards the group, and hugs Brienne tightly.
Yeah, there's a lot of exhausted Pokemon that probably is... Toshiba is probably giving some attention while maintaining support for Sam.
Layla is just... Thank you, guys. Like, she's looking to her whole entire team. It's like, thank you. I couldn't be more proud.
Layla, we're the ones who are proud. You're the one who did it.
I still can't believe it.
I can. I always knew you had it in you. You just needed that belief. And look what you accomplished.
Layla looks down to the Earth badge.
It glistens in your hands.
I'll have to think about where to pin this later.
Plenty of pride to go around. Well done, everyone. Blue, your Pokemon are amazing.
I would hope so.
That pushed me to my limits.
Yes, well, that is the whole designed test of the 8th gym battle. A test that you passed with flying colors. Still, I must say that I am proud I was at the very least able to push you to the very limit before faltering.
You wouldn't have been the best gym leader in Kanto without being able to do so.
And don't you ever forget it!
We won't.
Now then. Seems you've got that badge, the Cascade badge, and the Soul badge so far. Am I correct?
Yeah, just 5 more to go.
Well, thankfully, Brock is just a hop and a skip down the valley.
Oh man, imagine that, going from the final gym leader to the first gym leader.
Yes, well, I theorize you'll be facing him at his best, whereas I would be facing you at, well, your level. But don't let that deter you from your pride or your reward either.
You didn't make it easy for me. I'm glad you didn't.
Trust me, you certainly didn't make it easy for me either. But likewise, I'm glad you didn't.
At that, Celine is gonna smirk.
And you certainly knew how to shake things up. Using a Unova Pokemon against a Cantonian gym leader. I'd never seen a Zoroark in my life before today.
Celine's one of a kind. And Layla is gonna put, like, a thankful and supportive arm on Celine's shoulder.
Celine is going to lean against you, still somewhat sore, but let out a contented...
You got him real good. You got him twice.
She sure did.
Lucci is going to chime and chirp.
I think I've come to a decision, Magenta says, wiping the tears away with her sleeve.
What's that?
I want to be as strong as you, Layla. And to do that, I'm going to prove my strength by helping and doing my best to get my own gym badges. With that, Blue's actually going to take sort of like a surprised look. That sounds like a great idea, Magenta. Count me in as well.
Who is that?
Cece.
Oh. I mean, we're all going to get our gym badges, but... Oh. Wow, that was a lot.
Indeed, it was a lot. So before you guys go out and go after any other badges or anything else you have on your minds, I must insist that you take a break and let yourselves recover. You fought a good fight, but you'll be of no use to any other fights if you go in beaten and broken.
What do you say? Victory dinner?
Dinner sounds good.
Seems like as good a reason as any we could have.
I could certainly eat.
And then a nice long rest.
Indeed.
Layla is going to go up to Blue.
All right.
And she's going to extend her hand.
Blue will look over at you, smirk, and let out a small before taking it and squeezing firmly.
Thanks for the challenge, old man.
Thanks for letting an old man relive his glory days.
All right. Dinner?
Yes, please, says
Please.
Magenta. She's like rubbing her stomach.
Yeah, dinner. We need dinner real bad. I'm really hungry. And I bet, she says, looking to her team, like, all of you are hungry.
As you get over the hype and excitement of the hustle and bustle of your victory, Layla, and people start heading out to dinner as well, you will suddenly remember something that your mind glossed over in the moment. A whisper in your mind as Magenta placed that kiss on your cheek. A whisper that she may not have even intended for you to hear, but it just kind of slipped out in her excitement. I love you. The whisper lingers in your mind as you see Magenta walking away eagerly with the rest of the group.
I will unpack that after food.
Y'all cute as fuck.
Like, yes, I would love to unpack that, but that was a lot. That took Layla to her limit, and she is exhausted. Like, we'll unpack after food.
And as you stand there, just sort of slack-jawed and struggling to process and compartmentalize it, you'll be snapped out of your stupor as you hear Magenta say, "Are you coming, Layla?"
Yeah, right behind you.
She will smile and nod before turning around and resuming her path.
Layla will smile back at her, and then join everybody along with all her Pokemon.
Blue will join you guys as well, surprisingly enough. And I think that is the perfect note to take our break for the night on.
Oh my god, I did it!
Hell fucking yeah! Oh, what a thrilling fight.
That was down to the wire!
Man, your first two things both fumbling, and then that huge damage you dealt? Jesus.
God! Oh my god! I am... Holy shit!
Also, what did you think of Alakazam's last kamikaze surprise?
Oh man, that Hyper Beam.
Yeah, no, I kinda...
Empowered Hyper Beam.
Oh yeah, I knew that. I I knew something was coming. I knew that Alakazam had something up their sleeve, but I didn't know what it was. It's interesting that Blue chose that particular kamikaze moment, but even so, like, honestly,
What other options did he have?
I mean, that's fair. If you're gonna go down swinging. So, yeah, holy fucking shit. I am so excited to see the XP gained from this.
Absolutely, and I will dole out experience over the course of the break.
Oh my god. I did it,
Yeah,
guys!
that's gonna be a
God.
pretty healthy amount. Oh man, you earned that.
I did it, guys.
Yeah, daycare's gonna be in for a treat.
And that's everyone in daycare gets that, right?
Or is it just
Yep.
Layla's daycare?
Everyone's.
All right, so
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I have
Everyone.
I have daycare go for everyone from every fight, so it keeps things
Hell
simple
yeah.
and also motivated to get you guys into more fights, even individually.
nice. We're calling it back in 9 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good. If that's good with
Okay.
everyone else.
Alright, see everybody at X50-ish?
Yeah, everyone at X50-ish.
Bada boom. Holy butts, what a fight.
Oh my god. Are we still hot?
I'm always at.
For the moment, yeah, I'm still, I gotta reconfigure some things, but we're good. Otherwise. Just a second.
Oh my...
And we are back. Oh, I don't know about y'all, but I'm still reeling from that fight and that wrap up.
I'm still riding that high.
That was a
I
great
know.
fight.
I've seen the whole thing, and it was really cool. Good job.
Brienne did not hug Jakob back, and that's going to cause some difficulty in their relationship.
Oh no, Brienne did. It's just, again, as a player,
Okay.
I'm still writing down from that high that I was just like, okay, I got everything else. But yeah, no, Brienne absolutely would have hugged Jakob back. Are
Also-
you kidding me?
Also, cut Brienne some slack. She may be having a bit of impaired motor functions on account of taking a surprise hyper beam to the everything.
Yeah. Oop.
You should know all about how painful that is, Mr. Normal type moves.
We've all been there, really, when you think about it.
Yep. Also, I'm just gonna say, I bet Jakob also thought that was a pretty hyper beam too, though. Like, game recognizes game, is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
still
I just
typing.
feel like,
I'm
tactically speaking, that would have been more pivotal if it was done before an end of combat move. But, I mean, Blue was going out with a bang, like in a literal sense there, so, you know.
Well, you can also feel free to ask Blue about his, like, strategies and choices over dinner. Which we will get back into right now. Just as soon as I get the proper map opened. And we're going to open back up in, appropriately enough, the Pokemon Center. Here we are, here we are. Here
Okay, Frey,
we
I'm done
are.
messaging you now.
Say what?
I said, okay, Frey, I'm done messaging you now.
And here we are. As we cut over to the Pokemon Center mess hall.
Oh, did we not get our experience?
That's what I was gonna do over the break. Son of a gun!
Sorry.
No,
Man,
I'm
numbers.
sorry. I'll do that while you guys roleplay amongst yourselves. In the meantime, place yourselves on the map.
Okay, actually, first, as AJ comes back,
Yeah. That too.
yeah.
Reminder.
So, when this happens,
Even so, everyone, please still place yourselves on the map so you're there.
we're all right here,
Oh. Where are you? There you are.
down here.
So you are. Carry on then.
All right. So as soon as Layla sees AJ, she is gonna kind of stop. She's gonna go over to AJ and just give him the biggest hug.
Oh, hey, I mean, I was
Thank you.
only gone 5 minutes.
Thank you.
For what?
Shut up. You know what you did.
Okay. And he will actually hug her back. You did it, huh?
Your plan worked.
Of course it did. What was my plan?
Fight dirty.
Yeah.
Also, Layla, what level are you right now?
29?
Nope, you're 30.
Yay! I ding! That's a
I
trigger
ding.
point?
You keep the trainer XP, you just gain a level.
Oh, so that is, Layla just gets her own milestone then?
If you call it 5 trainer XP for that, then that's enough to let her ding.
I think is beating a gym leader is kind of a milestone.
So that'll be in the math. We'll call it 10 over in the side area.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt or complicate things.
No, that's totally fine.
Math.
Yeah, we figured out the math. Okay, I will deal with that later. Yeah.
I'm really
holy
happy for you, Layla.
Thank you. Seriously, that pep talk you gave me, that was a real eye-opener.
I didn't do anything.
Oh no, you did. You did what only you could do.
Be myself?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Okay. I'm sorry I missed the last 5 minutes.
It was recorded. Somebody will show you.
I've got it right
Yeah.
here.
I'm
Yeah,
good.
Toshi's
I'm going
got
to
it.
send it to Serge.
Awesome. And so you know what this means, right?
That you're a badass.
Well, I mean, aside from that,
That your depression is done.
you and I both know that that's probably not gonna happen ever.
That's not.
I'm
how it
going to
works
make another
right here.
stupid guess.
This means that when you get ready to fight Surge, I'm gonna be there for you too. And I
I'd
know you
appreciate it.
can do it.
Well, our battle's kind of a little different because it's not just our Pokemon.
I figured as much. Either way, I'm still there to help you.
I appreciate it. I'm going to need it. Is it sad that I'm like so nervous and I haven't even talked to him about it?
No. Do you have any idea how nervous I was when I said that I was gonna challenge Blue? You saw how nervous I was. Nervous is good. Nervous is natural. Nervous means that you acknowledge there's danger.
So, what's the danger in asking out your girlfriend?
I guess she's that. I'm still kind of processing it. It feels nice.
That's good. I like seeing you happy.
So this is what it's like.
Yeah.
Layla's gonna, like, gently punch AJ in the arm.
Well, she does that right when he's about to say, but can I give you... Ow. Okay. That's rude.
You know you can.
I wasn't prepared. Just
What were you-
know, when you're happy, when you get sad, sometimes it's a lot harder to find happiness again. We just have to remind ourselves, build up from the little things, and then remind ourselves of the big things. Because I know you get in your own head.
Yeah, well, I hope you take your own advice sometimes.
I don't know what you're talking about. CC doesn't let me feel sad. So I only feel it when I'm away. And that's healthy.
So does this mean you're gonna be traveling with us again?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Good.
I mean, you all suck at tech.
Yes.
How did you get this?
I don't know. We were in a place that didn't have tech, so we lucked out.
Wonderful. That's terrible, actually. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, that desert was bullshit, and that's where I got Talia from. Like, you saw how powerful she was. That was just her in the desert. Like, can you imagine, like, 50 other Cacturn like her? Only they were not as big because she's an alpha, but still, like, having a bunch of those out there, it was, like, lawless and, like, barren. No tech for miles.
Primitive as far as the eye can see.
Pretty much. So, yeah, we lucked out. Oh my god.
Hey, Layla,
Yeah, AJ?
I really am proud of you.
Thank you. And Layla is gonna hug AJ again.
He will hug back a little bit more tightly now. I'm nervous.
I know you are. But I'll be there.
If you're not, I'm kicking your ass.
Good. All right. Let's go eat.
And so the group makes its way over to the mess hall.
Honestly, though, an AJ and Layla actual fight, that would be interesting.
Like a fist fight or a Pokemon fight?
Fist fight.
Oh, wow. Oh, dude, she'll kick your ass.
Oh, okay.
I love you, but she's gonna get a Virtuoso in combat. You will die.
Oh, I'm talking about actual moves, baby. I'll kick
Oh,
your ass. I'll kick your ass.
I'll kick your ass. And then I'll kick
Alright,
his
we
ass.
fighting.
I don't know.
Friends, there's plenty of ass to go around.
Hey now.
Well then. Sorry. The fucking final brain cell coming on.
Well, I guess I'm gonna be going and preparing a special meal for a champion to have for their dinner. Not too often we have one of those join the club, eh? And
Dude,
Jakob will tap his soul badge real brief and then give a wink to Layla.
Dude, I'm not a champion yet. I just got one badge.
Sorry. The Future Champions Club. I'm also part of it, so, just recognizing, a similar person.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
An extra special dessert.
I believe the term you're looking for is champ in the making. You hear Blue say as he rounds the corner, already holding a slice of pizza.
You heard it from the person who's most qualified to tell us. Champ in the making.
Fair enough. I thought we were gonna be the next Elite Four.
It certainly
Just
is a
what?
lofty goal. But before you do that, you'll have to see what's happened to the current Elite Four and figure out what's going on with Lance.
Well, do you know about the rest of the Elite Four? Like, there's obviously 4 of them. We know about 2.
Well, there's been more than 4.
Something that trades around, I imagine, from time to time.
It remained static for a good many years before Red and I shook up the status quo. Then after that, some new members came in and, things changed. Especially when Lance became champion. And Agatha retired.
Layla looks over to, like, Toshi and be like, like, doesn't say anything, but gives a look like, retired.
In any case, what do you wish to know about them?
Well, I guess, who were they? Who did, like, what can we expect? Were they part of, Project Frostlass?
Well, the original Elite Four consisted of Lorelei, the Ice-type specialist, Bruno, the Fighting-type specialist, Agatha, the Ghost-type specialist, and Lance, the Dragon champion. I was able to make short work of all 4 of them and ascend to the throne of champion, the first one in Kanto for ages. Then Red, that same way in short succession, fought his way through them as well, and then subsequently me, giving me by far the shortest reign of Kanto's Elite Four champion. But I was still the first!
Fair enough.
Then after that, some years went by, we grew up, and things changed a bit. Red abdicated his position of champion to go train on Mount Silver, and so, eventually Lance was able to take up his spots. Meanwhile, Agatha well, I say she retired, but she seemed to just disappear. And Lorelei, she moved on.
But
So,
Bruno stayed?
Bruno stayed, and Koga saw an opportunity to advance, and, well, long story short, he eventually became one of the replacement members of the new Elite Four of the New Era. Then, after that, there also came Karen, who was a Dark-type specialist.
Stand ears and we're gonna peek at that.
As well as the Psychic-type specialist, Will. Though he was a bit of a, extra sort, if you ask me.
So, do you know if any of them would be part of Project Frostlass?
At the very least, the current reigning Elite Four were all, frozen in Project Frostlass along with Champion Lance. So supposedly, Will, Koga, Bruno, and Karen are still in the Indigo Plateau somewhere. Well, maybe not Koga, considering he opted out of the project. But from what I hear and what I've read in the reports, there may be some interference on that front.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that Koga has gone unaccounted for in the, New World and from Janine's own reports, as well as her family's. And they apparently thought, well, they didn't know what exactly happened to him. Frankly, you would know more about Koga than I would at this point. I've been busy running the damn cloister. Especially ever since the communications blackout. And certainly not helped by the fact that we've been forced to, focus on our own town rather than branch out and explore as we were initially intending.
Comes down to it, definitely you've been dealt a much worse hand than we have. We can't deny that. But I don't have too much information on Koga myself. I wish I had more that I could give you aside from his potential relation to me. Perhaps others in my clan would be better.
Becky, I'm gonna message you a question.
Yep. Regardless of Koga's fate, whether he be frozen or perished in the impact or simply moved on, he would have had a place up in there. And Lorelei would have as well, along with Agatha, had she been found. However, Lorelei opted to work on maintaining the communications database at the Sevi Islands.
Oh, Lorelei would be at the Sevi Islands? Or would have been, rather?
That is correct, yes.
You also keep mentioning Agatha as an unknown. We've encountered her. I've made reports. You've got clearance for those ones, at least. Have you?
I mean,
Shall I give you a summary?
Yes, I've read that she's been haunting you a lot. I just was saying we didn't know if she had died or disappeared or what actually became of her. But after the impact,
Sure.
It seems pretty obvious.
okay. Well,
Sevi Islands. That's the one that fire team Venusaur went
Yeah.
with Dana the Psychic and
Mhm.
friends.
Yep.
So then, I guess. Well, I mean, what else is there to do right now?
Rest, recover, get your Pokemon and your own strength back, and perhaps put some thought into figuring out what we're going to do about this whole Spectrum satellite situation.
If we tip our hands too soon, Spectrum will know we know the jig is up and might stop the pretense of being helpful.
I have a feeling that Satellite or Spectrum might already know.
We've also got the matter of those ninjas and their commander currently held in our brig.
They're not a problem.
Oh? And what makes you say that?
Sam says nothing. He will let Jakob take over that one.
Yeah, that's more of a Yakub thing.
He looks to Jakob. Himbo, you with us?
Oh no, think no.
Uh-oh. I really hope this isn't one of those cases where... Because I know that his audio had problems a while ago, but I don't know if that's been fixed yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, incidentally, just as a clarification, that daycare XP, is that split among your daycare Pokemon, or is that each daycare Pokemon?
Each daycare Pokemon.
Okay.
It's a hefty chunk of daycare experience.
There you are!
Hey, there you are.
Yes. One of my cats knocked something over, so I had to scramble away because it was liquid.
Oh no!
Ah,
Sorry.
Kato.
Understandable.
It's what they do.
Yep.
It's their job.
Yep.
Laying her head on a pillow.
But yeah,
Like
basically, Blue was asking about the ninjas who have Hanzo currently locked up in Green Cloister's brig, and the idea and still the looming impending event of the rest of Spectrum coming to reclaim him. And Sam said that shouldn't be a problem, and then Blue was like, oh, and then they started looking to Jakob.
Well, as far as things go, I know Hanzo better than the others, but I don't know Hanzo well, so that doesn't give us a lot of confidence. But they had opportunities so far, if they needed to really hurt him, that they could have, and they've not taken those opportunities, so I think that's a good sign. But they seem to have a legitimate and serious grievance with him, and it would be improper to get in between that for myself at least, since they have a lot closer of a family bond than I do with them.
Blissy's just gonna come shoving her way through the crowd and make her way over to Sam.
Surprisingly, Sam doesn't really fight. He hears something coming close to him, but
Oh no. It's her.
As Blissey approaches Sam, Blissy's suddenly going to sort of like pause for a moment, and then they are going to just sort of like get this sort of like sad, almost disappointed expression on their face as they look at Sam's eyes.
Blissey?
They reach out and sort of like stroke just beneath Sam's bandages and show that there's a not insignificant amount of blood leaking from beneath the bandages.
Oh, let's get you laying down, Sam.
What?
You're actively bleeding.
She doesn't fight. It's like one of those things, like, you know, like when your body's in shock and you're coming down from shock.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just kind of vibing, but not vibing.
Mm-hmm.
You're existing.
So,
But Sam will touch like his cheek and everything to see what they're talking, to feel what they're talking about.
this would certainly explain the cold feeling you've been getting in your skull since the
Yeah.
fight was going on. And Blitzy's going to hurriedly but carefully escort you away.
And Toshi would like to come with if allowed.
She does not stop you.
Beautiful, yeah. Toshi's helping.
What did you guys do to him?
Okay. We didn't do it. That was from the Red Steel fight.
I mean, the one that there was a helicopter in?
Yep, same one. That thing did a number on him. And I don't know, his sight has been wonky. I'm not sure.
I'm used to him sounding or looking grumpy. Like, this isn't grumpy, Sam. This is...
Yeah, it's different. I don't know what's going on.
a lot, I guess.
Like, and I was kind of looking around to everybody. It's like, that blindness should only be temporary, right? Right?
Close I've ever been to anybody blind, Layla, is when the engine kind of popped and kind of flashed off.
Eyesight is a sensitive thing, Layla, says Cece as she steps up from behind her table with a serious expression. If he sustained direct damage to his eyes, it could easily permanently damage his vision if he's not careful.
So what happens now?
Now, all we can do is wait and let the results present themselves.
Do you really think that the results are going to stop Sam from whatever his goal is?
Of course not.
Yeah,
I also
no.
think that Sam being Sam is what may skew the results more negatively.
There has to be something we can do to help.
Look into it, maybe. We can ask the other tribes.
Is
Maybe
there,
have a healing?
is there a Chansey tribe? Is there a Blissey tribe somewhere? It's the only thing I could think of.
Maybe ask other healers. This is a
Well-
cloister. There might be some healers here.
Maybe the Zarude.
Maybe.
Oh, what?
Zarude.
Those grass dark monkey Pokemon back in Vermilion City who were dwelling in the jungles and creating all that conflict and fuss before we got back. They
Right.
had this ability to essentially create a massive influx of life energy and natural healing power called jungle healing, and when they used it, even just the byproducts of its natural healing effects were able to
Didn't they heal our cloister?
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
trying to say. They helped Layla's parents get back on their feet after years of being bedridden from intense poisoning.
I think we're a little bit too far from them. Unless
Yeah.
one of you guys have one.
Well, Sam has one, but I don't know if it knows how to do that.
From what I understand, it's a very powerful move.
You think Toshi will leave him? Like, not end the relationship, but I mean, like, come with us? Like, leave him here?
I don't know.
Toshi wouldn't abandon the team, but she's also not going to abandon Sam either. My guess, we're probably going to have to find some sort of compromise.
We'll talk to him when he's ready.
Tell you what,
Well-
I'll go check in on them and see how things are going and report back. You guys keep talking amongst yourselves. And with that, I am also going to step away for a few minutes. Keep role-playing.
Okay.
I want to know what to do. If you think about it, Layla, I kind of need my everything. I need my eyes, my ears. I need my limbs.
Yeah, that's... I mean, there are some Pokemon that have the blind sense ability. They are able to, navigate without sight. I don't know, maybe Sam can learn too.
That'd be interesting.
Jakob, you wouldn't happen to, I don't know, make food so good it can heal the blind.
Good talk, Jakob.
I wonder if the cat also...
Probably. I just imagined Jakob not even paying attention cooking. He's so used to the party's antics by now. He just it's white noise to him.
Yeah, no, I can absolutely see that happening. So, I guess after we rest, first thing we're gonna do is head back to Pewter. I need to re-challenge Iron, but then we'll probably try for the Boulder Badge as well. And then we already got to Cerulean.
Layla,
Yeah?
are you really going to go straight from one gym battle to another?
Oh, I wasn't expecting... Okay, first of all, Iron wasn't a gym battle. That was something else. And it'll take like a day to cross the desert, so I'll definitely have rested since then. But I have a score to settle. I mean, if you want to, you can absolutely try and take on Brock. It'll be good practice for Surge.
Sure. I mean, I can certainly try. But isn't he like a rock type?
Yeah.
Like, how would I even approach him? Like, hey, you know my team. I'm going to fuck you.
Does he know your team?
You my team.
Oh, I thought you meant... Okay. Well, I mean... With Blue, it was harder because he didn't have a type. He was just kind of all over the place. So I looked at what my team was capable of and saw how they could support each other. If Brock is open to a double battle, maybe you can use that to your advantage. And I'm sure you have a couple of EDBs that'll really help out. You still have Demeter, and you have two Vaporeon. You have Lavender and Poseidon.
That's true. But I can't do Pokemon at once. I'm not like you guys.
What do you mean?
I only can command one at a time.
With the double battle, that isn't a problem. Like, double battles are a legal gym tactic. You don't have to be trained to command multiple Pokemon in order to do them.
I'll give it a shot.
We'll go over your Pokemon and we'll try. Jakob? Still cooking.
I returned. Sorry, what'd I miss?
That's okay. Basically we're talking about gym challenges. Layla basically said to AJ's like, well, I mean, you could challenge Brock. He's like, maybe I could.
I was actually thinking about challenging Brock as well, says Magenta.
You do it then. You got this.
I don't know, though. I mean, he sounds like he's really strong, and even if I have fighting types, he might just end up cleaning my clock.
Well, I wonder, because Blue, you told me straight up that you didn't have your full force, right?
Of course not. If I were fighting with no holds barred, the battle would have gone very differently. But you challenged me to an official gym battle, so I officially assessed your skill level and battled you accordingly.
I imagine Brock would do the same.
Of course he would. In fact, Brock was often the first gym leader many trainers would go to, and thus he battled them accordingly. But even so, he was still known as a formidable first hurdle, sending many trainers, well, packing before their Pokemon journeys even began.
My dad didn't do that.
But your grandfather certainly did.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Lieutenant Surge was a formidable gym leader as well. An electric type and a soldier to the core, he pushed trainers to their very limits with his electric type powers, often being the third step on the road, but no less a lethal one.
That sounds right. When me and my dad fought, at first it was Pokemon, but then he seen that I don't do well just sitting on the sidelines. And so it was kind of our Pokemon versus one-on-one while we fought. And I would have won.
Well, the Pokemon League rules certainly wouldn't allow for such, interferences, but I don't doubt his own capabilities as a soldier and a fighter as well.
No, he hit hard.
And I imagine his Pokemon would hit even harder.
Oh yeah, I've seen them in action before. You don't really
Indeed.
want to mess with them.
And that is the strength and difference in balance that we as Pokemon and trainers strike with one another. For all of our power and strength and ability to train ourselves to the peak of perfection and might, it still pales in comparison to the sheer power a Pokemon might possess in its own body naturally. However, Pokemon often lack the intelligence and cunning that humans have, the ability to plan and strategize and coordinate their abilities, using them and utilizing them to their utmost.
I don't know. I've known a few Pokemon that are pretty clever for no reason.
Indeed, there will always be exceptions. But for the most part, a Pokemon out in the wild, though certainly powerful and a match on its own, can only be made better if it was given the proper cunning of a trainer. And that is why Pokemon and trainers have this symbiotic relationship that they do. We both make each other stronger, better, covering each other's weaknesses while bolstering our strengths. That is how Pokemon and humans built the world around us.
So like me and Eris.
Exactly. You and Eris. That certainly brings back memories as well. Of my own Eevee.
I'm surprised you didn't bring out an Eevee. I was kind of...
It wasn't its fight.
Is it still an Eevee?
Heavens no! I've long since evolved it.
What did you involve it to?
Give me a second.
Are you having trouble down there? She has her little feet covered up, and that's
Aww.
I evolved it into a fiery and powerful Flareon. It seemed an apt choice to counter Red's own Venusaur.
Interesting.
I suppose.
You know, we haven't seen your Flareon in a while, AJ.
Yeah.
And on that note, you will suddenly hear the footsteps of Cece's boots as she makes her way back towards the group. And you see she has a rather distressed face.
Hey, what's up?
Let things go.
She is going to shut her eyes and take a deep breath. It seems that Sam suffered some significant additional damage to his eyes. Apparently, they found grains of sand embedded between his bandages as well. And they suspect some of them might have also found their way in to Sam's corneas.
Shit.
What's more, his wounds were apparently ripped open from some additional stress. Apparently, they ran into a sandstorm out in the desert when they were doing recon.
I didn't say anything.
That's Sam, honestly. I can expect him to do that.
You shouldn't have let him go. In any case, according to the nurse, Sam will be lucky if he's able to ever see his hand in front of his face again, much less anything else. The damage is pretty severe. He should have rested.
Cece, we both know we can't make him do anything.
I know. Sam is... well,
Stubborn.
I was gonna say taking it in stride, but yeah. That too.
Is he really even all here?
Well, he was less disobedient about being bedridden, so
That tracks.
who knows? He may still be sleeping off the blood loss.
How's Toshi taking it?
How is Toshi taking it?
Toshi has probably been quietly sitting while medical attention was being administered, and when they cleared her to, like, she's basically been praying the entire time, and when applicable, and had access to Sam, like, laying glowing hands upon him to hope, just being there for him
Got
in
it.
his time of distress.
I think she
And
was
also, probably
in
like
shock
make.
at... Sorry.
I said, in all actuality, she's probably just making him more to like actually rest.
Honestly, I think she was just in shock and struggling to process the latent severity of it all before, by the time I was leaving, she was starting to move in and be closer to him. So, well enough, but still not taking it well.
We need to have a conversation with him.
I agree.
I mean, we should be heading out soon. Does that mean he's staying? Is he gonna try and come with us? And if he is, like,
If he is
I
going to be
think I have an
coming with
idea.
us, and we are going to be heading out sooner rather than later, he is not to engage in any field work. Not until his eyes have entered a stable healing state.
good luck.
No, hold on, guys. I actually have an idea. Like, granted, I agree with you, Cece, 100%. But we also know Sam is stubborn, so maybe, if anything, we can give him the lightest of work, and I can kind of try to see if I can do bandages where debris won't go into his eyes. Like, there's like a buffer between. It probably won't be the most comfortable, but hopefully it'll be effective.
Honestly, any sort of apparatus of defense and healing will be of help. And I can help, along with Toshiko, to make sure that it's medically safe, too.
Come to my room tonight.
Layla is gonna kind of like look to AJ.
Magenta's also
I'm-
gonna sort of like do a bit of like a hiccup at that.
He looks so dead serious. Like he like has that. Layla would know this face. It's more or less like I'm either on my bullshit or I am like thinking, like inventing type things. They're the same face.
Yeah, still.
What?
You know what? Never mind. You're good.
Cece, what did I say wrong?
Nothing. Don't worry about it, dear.
Fine, then we can stay up late, and I know you're probably gonna need sleep, but I'll stay up all night and try to figure it out.
I'll help you. At least as best I can.
I just need to make sure what I'm doing is medically accurate.
I've heard that carrots are good for your eyesight. Maybe I could get you some of those.
Well, welcome back.
You were really zoning out on cooking.
It's also a very insensitive joke when I think about it. I apologize. I don't think carrots are going to fix that.
No, they're not.
Maybe he might laugh. Does anybody know Sam's humor?
If anyone does, Toshi probably does.
I don't know if they had carrots where he's from, which is kind of depressing.
I don't even know what they had in Team Satellite.
They certainly act like they have
Blue's
everything.
Still there? Is Blue still there?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm so sorry, Sam.
Team Satellite?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, I recall you reporting that the lad was one of them for a time.
I mean, yes and no, but like, defector.
He seems to have recovered. Maybe a temporary affliction, you could say.
If you're worried about me treating him any differently, don't bother. If he was going to act out, he would have done so by now. And getting himself blinded isn't exactly a good for his cause, let alone going back to their ranks.
I mean, he allegedly bit a nurse. That count as acting out?
Hold on, what?
Well, I'm certainly going to, have a discussion with him about that. I don't think that leans towards his return or betrayal anytime soon.
I mean, being feral is one thing, but being a traitor is another.
I'm sorry to quote that.
What was it? Being feral, being a traitor is one thing, being feral is another?
No, being feral is one thing, and being a traitor is another.
Oh, yeah, put that in quote the Corviknight.
Being feral is one thing, being a traitor is another.
I had to stop what I was doing because of that.
That was
Said by AJ?
that was me. That was Layla.
Layla.
In any case, if there are no further questions for me about the Elite Four or anything else, I think I'll be taking my leave back to my office for a nice long rest.
Oh, you can actually talk to Sam about that. Wasn't he studying them for some reason?
Yeah, he's willing to basically give us as much information as he knows about them. I'm sure he's written a report.
I see. Well, if he's in a pacified state, I suppose I could use this opportunity to answer any questions he may have. He's earned
not
that
dangerous.
much. So what?
Oh, AJ's gonna say he's not dangerous.
I never thought he was. I simply mean pacified as in not active and not going off to do something reckless like he tends to. According to your reports, anyways.
I mean, we wouldn't know what that's like. Layla looks to AJ.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Yes,
We're the innocent ones.
Yes, I can see why you took him in. The brazenness of youth. And he starts to walk away. An almost nostalgic sway to his step.
Oh, we made him happy, and then angry, and then happy.
Something tells me
guess.
anger and joy are oddly intertwined for Blue. You're not entirely wrong, actually.
What does that mean?
Well, Ms. Green always described him as something of a curmudgeon.
Huh?
It means a grumpy. Or just a grump.
Yeah,
So you?
and apparently he's always been kind of a arrogant sort, even back when he was young. But apparently that got
So what-
softened when Red beat him and became champion. he gained a new respect for him and for everyone else around him.
Well, Layla, we just need to find your red.
I guess.
Hello? Says Cece.
What?
That implies that once Layla becomes champion, she's going to be beaten. Have more faith.
I can absolutely be beaten, Yaka. I'm not
I'm-
invulnerable.
And I'm gonna
Yeah.
be the one to do it.
You just beat Blue and you won't even give yourself one day of talking well about
Yes, you are,
Come
Cece.
on.
Yes, you are.
Thanks, sweetie. She blows AJ a kiss.
AJ's gonna lean into Layla and say, if I don't agree, that's gonna be trouble later, and I really need her medical expertise.
I mean, fair enough.
I think you'd make a great champion, Layla, says Magenta.
I mean, even if I'm
Me?
not a champion,
Magenta gets it.
even if I'm not a champion, I would still settle for at least Elite Four.
Oh, heck yeah. That too. Something tells me we'd be trading that spot a lot.
Well, Elite Four, that's 4, right? So why can't you both have it?
Because there can only be one champion.
Well, oh look, a distraction.
What?
And then AJ just shuffles off.
I love that.
I'll, go see what's distracting AJ.
I had to scroll up, sorry.
Yep.
Oh, that's totally fine. Well, food was good. I'm exhausted. I think this is the time to turn in.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'll see you later then, I guess.
If your sleep is anything like my sleep was after my fight with Janine, this is probably going to be some of the best sleep you've had in your entire life.
Excuse me.
Also, probably because you're about the most exhausted you've ever been in your entire life, so probably goes hand in hand.
True, I guess.
Anyways, I'm gonna go get some training in with Phoenix and Zygarde. I'll be around if you
Ac-
wanna.
Actually, you know what? That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Are you sure? I don't want to keep you from getting your rest, especially if you're tired. But I also wouldn't mind you training with me either.
At
She
this
blushes
point,
even deeper.
I'm still kind of riding the high down. Even if I did try to get some rest, I think I'd be too wired to sleep. So I just need to wind down a little bit more. And honestly, shut up, Strider.
And then Brienne is gonna be just like slyly looking at you.
Why? Why?
Because AJ's in the other room.
You can come too, Brienne. Besides, and Layla's gonna smile towards Magenta. I don't think I mind.
Awesome. And Magenta will come take your hand and skip happily along with you towards the training room.
So good.
Yes, that's the idea.
Hell of the lesbians.
Let's be honest.
Meanwhile, over with AJ. Actually, you know what? We're gonna go over to Sam and Toshiko for a while because they haven't had a scene as much yet.
Yeah.
Sam's awake.
Yeah.
He's just passive.
bedridden.
He's pacified.
So she is laying hands upon him as she prays.
At
Blue
one
will-
point in time,
Sorry.
at one point in time, he's going to grab her wrist and gently guides it down and kisses it and says, "You should save your energy."
I haven't run out yet. I definitely seem to be a font.
But you might.
At that moment, the doors will slide open and Blue will walk inside.
Hello.
Hello. So it looks like you took quite the licking, young man.
Silence.
Red Steel's metal claws were rough.
I would imagine so. Still, I have not come in here to judge or lecture. I remember being your age once, and thinking of myself back then, I doubt anything would have stopped me from going out and continuing my goals either. And damned be the consequences. And that's just it, though. Sometimes such arrogance can obfuscate such dire consequences, and he's gonna get sort of like a mournful expression. And sometimes you'll end up losing something you didn't think you could.
I haven't lost anything. It's just a hurdle.
I know I said I wasn't going to lecture, but I will say this. Your eyes are damaged, possibly beyond repair. You have to acknowledge that.
And I have ears. I can hear. I acknowledge I won't be able to see well, if at all. But that doesn't set me back.
Blue is then going to throw an empty Pokeball near Sam's head.
He probably feels it coming, but he doesn't move.
Yep.
That was disrespectful.
Did you hear that coming?
I did the wind.
The point is, young man, though you may learn and compensate, you are not at that point right now, and you shouldn't act like you're ready for anything after taking such a serious blow. You need to learn from this, damn it!
I'm in bed, aren't I?
And you'll need to stay here for a while. You will pull through and adapt. You have a unbreakable will.
Indeed. And that ironclad will is what's going to help you pull through this, no matter what happens.
I had a deal.
A deal?
I made a deal with Hanzo. I can prove, which I did, that I could help the other ninjas, that he would continue training me. Not now.
On one hand, I question if he still thinks it'll be worth it. But on the other, he's certainly not one to judge for powering through one's own impairments. Perhaps he can teach you a thing or two yet. Provided we make it through all this.
I don't see why not.
That's the spirit. Now then, since I'm here, I'm told that you've been looking into matters of the Elite Four.
Yes. I was studying my DNA donors.
Not that it's any of my, business, or that it affects me any, but if I may ask, what is your interest in them? You and your team seem rather enamored with the idea of the Pokemon League and taking their place in the new world.
My goal is simple. I wanted to know about Pierce and Karen. I still do.
Karen I know a thing or two about. Not a whole lot, as I haven't interacted with her a great deal, but enough. Pierce, on the other hand, is... well, I hardly ever met the guy.
Well, that's what I know of him.
He was a Dark-type gym leader from the Galar region, and would often compete in their Pokemon League. They do things a bit differently over there. Rather than having 4 assigned champions at the post at any given time, it's more like, well, a contest of sorts, regularly held, and the positions and states would fluctuate. Gym leaders would compete against each other, and those who did the best would end up being the Elite Four for that season. Though there was one constant. The champion, a young man by the name of Leon. Heralded by many as the greatest and strongest Pokemon trainer in the world, with an undefeated battle streak. Even Cynthia acknowledged his might. Still, I don't know that he and Red ever fought. But if they did, I bet it would be a battle worth watching. But now I'm just rambling.
Sometimes rambling is informative.
Indeed. So what do you know of Karen, then?
Sam will tell him what little he knows of Karen.
I see. Well, from what I know of her, she essentially took Lance's place as the top-tier member of the Elite Four after the new shuffle-up and the changing of the old guard. Her expertise with the newly discovered and newly utilized Dark-type Pokemon were quite the blinding force for many of the gym leaders and other trainers at the time, quickly rising her way to the top with her pluck and might. Still, in spite of her power and skill as a trainer, she also had something of a softer side.
Sam is gonna let go of Toshi's wrist and just hold her hands.
Toshi offers comforting, like, she squeezes back.
In short, I could describe her as sort of a, punk of sorts, liking the wild and, powerful image that Dark-type Pokemon portray, and believing that trainers should also try to win with that same amount of power and skill. And that trainers should simply try to win with Pokemon they like the most, rather than simply winning with Pokemon that are registered as the best, or have the best statistics, or best abilities, or stats, or whatnot. Much like you do with your Eevee.
Eevee.
Oh, no, wait. I'm thinking of the other lad. Forgive my memory, it's getting all muddled now.
I was also about to say, whoa, 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 just an Eevee? Whoa.
The point is, she encouraged trainers to battle from the heart, not simply from the mind. And perhaps that's what carried her to where she got. Red had a very similar spirit. At the same time, however, there was also a reason she never became champion either. I never understood the gym leaders and the Pokemon League's obsession with monotyping and theming. Sure, it gives you an aesthetic and an image and lets you play to favorites, but at the same time, it can leave you wide open to your type disadvantage. It takes diversity to make a really strong and powerful team. And that's what I try to encourage and remind trainers when they get to my gym. Well, when they got to my gym.
I'm sure when this is all over, that they will bring gym battling back.
That would certainly be something. But I think we've got quite a bit of progress yet to make and rebuilding to do before we can even think of reopening the Pokemon League. Namely, re-establishing and reaching the Pokemon League to begin with. But right now, all you need to think about is recovering and getting better.
My brain doesn't work that way. It's not hardwired for that.
You will rest regardless.
I never said that.
Let me give you some advice, young man. You acknowledge this thing as if it is a static, a constant, something you simply cannot change. Perhaps try and adopt a different perspective. Because if you don't, that could be a weakness that could be exploited against you.
Give me a different perspective then.
So what?
Give me a different perspective then.
We make ourselves new in every moment. There is no static phase of self.
You are whoever and whatever you want to be. Your choice is ultimately yours. Who you are is ultimately your choice. There are other factors that influence that choice. Upbringing, exposure, any number.
Sam's gonna sit up. He's not gonna really move. He's just gonna sit up.
Any other number of mental illnesses or conditions, etc. And of course, things such as trauma or even boons and praises. These can all affect and build who we are. But at the end of the day, it's what we do with those experiences, what we choose to make of them, that we make ourselves. I, for example, was a brash, arrogant, spoiled young man who thought that just because he had a strong will and a powerful relative at his corner, he could take on the world, and that he was unstoppable, and that all that mattered was power and strength. And certainly that got me pretty far for a time. But when I was at my height, I was ultimately knocked down by the very one I opposed, by the very antithesis of my outlook, by one who valued softness, courage, friendship, and community over soul strength. And it was then that I learned that perhaps there was a different kind of strength.
Beep.
Sorry.
You don't know me. You don't know who I was. I'm not static. I am forever changing. In this moment, I'm resting. Yes, physically at the moment. But now, I have to find a way to change again. The old me was vastly different. You only knew me as a satellite member. You never knew anything more than that. Don't ever call me stagnant again.
I never did, and I never presumed to call you or assume you as anything.
My new perspective, if you have to know, is I'm going to rest and I'm going to heal. And I'm going to come back as a threat. People are going to perceive me as weak, and I'm going to give them something to prove. I will not be weak. I will just have a disadvantage. And I will overcome it. Sure, right now, I can only feel and hear the Pokeball like land by me. But with enough patience and training, I should be able to hear the shuffling of your feet before you get into position to throw the ball.
Blue is going to smirk and chuckle once more. Now that's a good perspective. And a good strategy, too. After all, one is at their most vulnerable when they underestimate their opponent.
Sam will now lay back down slowly.
So she helps him down.
Thank you.
Now
I'm
then.
going to rest.
Sorry.
I'm going to rest.
See that you do. And on that note, I believe I have taken up enough of your time, and I shall leave you to rest for the time being. Should you have any other questions, find me later. I'm gonna go take a rest of my own. I'm exhausted! I'm too old to be doing this Pokemon battling stuff so much.
Thank you.
Smell you later!
Fucking grump.
Toshi,
Hmm?
is this what scared feels like? Like your heart is racing
Oh my god.
and it doesn't slow down?
High physical. Oh, Toshi would know the precise word for like when your body is heightened. There's a particular state that is caused by certain neurotransmitters like
Yep.
adrenaline and like in emotional states like fear. Yes, your body's processes are thusly heightened frequently.
I'm amid something silly.
You can say anything, Sam.
I feel like I'm in a dark room and that thing is going to come out at any minute.
Not while I'm here. I will be your light. And on him mentioning that thing, like, she's basically keeping at least one hand on him. Like, she is mostly staying in physical contact as much as she can with him to send him all of the good vibes. But, like, she will pull out Cleanse Tag and murmur a brief prayer and slap it on the wall behind her.
Nice. And on that note, we are gonna jump over to AJ and Cece.
AJ's working on bandages.
As he does, however, his Pokegear will suddenly chime. Incoming call from Commander Surge! Incoming call from Commander Surge!
Hold on, Cece, I have to take this.
Okay, do you want to be in the room with you, or should I step out?
Check on me in 5 minutes.
Fair enough. Let me know if you need anything, I'll be just outside.
AJ will answer.
Loading. 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 Rebuilder AJ.
Are you all right?
You will see that Commander Surge looks a bit singed and like he has been through quite a bit of physical activity.
What happened?
I'm sorry I wasn't able to take your calls earlier. There was something of an incident.
I see.
Team Satellite attacked Vermilion City. They came flying in with their strange aircrafts and started causing a ruckus, abducting and beaming up peoples and Pokemon alike, and we had to rally our forces to get us all together and rescue them all. And they didn't make it easy for us. They didn't fight just with Pokemon. Those machines themselves also packed something of a punch. We were able to fight them off and rescue everyone who had gotten taken, but at the end of it, their true plan came into fruition. It was all a smokescreen. They distracted us. Say what?
It happened to us before when we captured Jamie.
At that, you're gonna see him shut his eyes and grit his teeth. The bastards used the attack as a diversion to lower our defenses, and somehow they managed to slip in and get Jamie. When we checked the cell, she was gone without a trace.
Out of character, does AJ still have her number?
If you have it in your Pokegear, yeah, you have it.
I thought she gave it to the party when she did the contest in secret.
That's right, she did.
I'm putting that in a mental pin for when I'm with the party. Okay.
I blame myself.
Is everyone okay? Don't. Is everyone okay?
Yeah, we're all fine here. No casualties, no losses, and no injuries that are too severe.
Then you won.
Nor to any of the surrounding and neighboring tribes either. Everyone has everyone accounted for.
Then you won.
No. We lost
Yes.
a valuable prisoner.
Doesn't matter. You saved your people.
They were not... I fell for their trap like a sucker, like an amateur.
Because they're good at it. You're a leader.
And I let them take back a major asset. For nothing.
If I tell you a secret, will it make you feel better? Or are you going to keep beating yourself up?
It depends on the secret.
Our group still has her number.
What? How did you acquire her Pokegear information?
Are you really going to ask me?
Yes!
Have you seen me?
What, so you're hitting up the fucking enemy now?
His dad
No.
swore at his son.
Cece would kill me.
I would
I'm
kill you!
befriending-
Well, not
I'm
actually,
befriending
but...
the enemy. Because if you befriend the enemy, sometimes they stop being your enemy.
He's gonna give
Sometimes
a sort
it
of
can
like...
lie on the inside.
He's gonna give sort of like a stoic and stalwart look to that in response. And he'll heave a sigh. It's good that you have that spirit to you, AJ. I just don't know that I share that same outlook. Or at
Okay,
least-
don't think me of naive. I'm not saying it's everybody. But some people, and I actually got to talk to her. She's not bad, and neither is her brother. They're just... Well, it's all you ever known.
I know. You're not the only one who's talked to her. Sierra's been evaluating her for some time as well, and it doesn't even seem like she's had it too bad either. From the sound of things, she sounds like an average, if spoiled, teenage girl. Well, young adult, rather.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, she's standing on the side of people who want to upend and destroy the very way of life that we're trying so hard to rebuild for ourselves and force it into their tyrannical image. But she'd be on the benefiting side, so what does she care? As much as I would have loved to talk her onto our side, now we don't have that chance anymore. And we
It's
may
not
no
gonna
longer
work
have
like
the
that.
option. Say what?
It's not going to work like that.
No, of course it's not. In any
We've
case,
not proved anything to them.
which is why now we need to prove something to them. I need to figure out where the defenses went wrong and where we slipped up. And then from there, find out ways to compensate. But moreover, I think it's time we start taking the fight more over to them. Unfortunately, I think that may mean considering going to Spectrum for some temporary assistance.
No.
He quirks an eyebrow.
That video was sent to Surge, by the way.
Have you not seen any of the information that we sent you?
I'm sorry, I was a little busy covering an invasion, AJ!
Well, this is important.
Alright, I'll take a look at the information. Give me just a second. And Surge is going to blip out of sight for a second.
And he's going to start hitting his head on the desk like he's just... This is a lot.
Then about a minute or so later, Surge is going to appear back on screen.
Still hitting his head on the desk.
Son of a Houndoom!
Still want to go to Spectrum?
How could I be so blind? So stupid! I knew
don't think
Caesar
it's
was
stupid.
bad
I think
news,
it's
but I never would have... To think, all this time, he's been right next to us, playing us for chumps, and amassing his
Dad.
power, his influence.
Dad,
I've let the enemy grow right under our noses this whole time. I should have been out there. I should have been doing
Sure.
stuff. What?
you've been stretching yourself too thin from the beginning. Of course something like this would slip from under you. We've had a bad feeling about seizures since day one. How are you going to know everything? You are one man.
I am the leader of this cloister. If I can't take care
So
of my
you-
people, then And you're gonna suddenly
Leave.
see a lot of Layla in the way Surge is talking.
Ah!
Then lead. Stop beating yourself up and use your people. I fought Layla, I'll fight you too.
He's gonna quirk an eyebrow at that. You wanna fight me?
That's another conversation. We're focusing on your issues. Sir.
No. We need to focus on the matter at hand. Team
We have a
Satellite
plan
and
for that.
Spectrum are basically one and the same, and they're fighting an illusory shadow war against one another to see who's
We
gonna
have
beam
a
up.
plan.
Yes, I picked up on that as well. But go ahead.
So AJ is actually going to start getting like a little nervous, but he then takes a breath. We're going to collect the tribes and band together, like as many tribes as we possibly can.
Surge
They don't like
looks
him either.
oddly hesitant.
They don't like him either. And we're going to need some of them. Do you want us to, like, rebuild the world? Maybe we should start relying on our neighbors. And maybe we can finally show them that we're not just some underground dwellers, some old worlders, that we're actually useful. Maybe this is what sets it off.
I just hope we'll be able to actually convince them. We are asking a lot of them, and asking them to get involved in effectively our war, our conflict.
It's not our war anymore.
No, you're right. Spectrum and Satellite has been threatening all of them. And if we try and skirt our own responsibility and take this all on ourselves, that doesn't make us look much better. Alright. I'll get into contact with the fire team that just came from your area and see if I can send them on something of a recruiting drive. An envoy of Alliance to stand against the looming threat of Spectrum satellites. According to Layla, the best and most reliable first candidates would likely be the Dragonite tribe. Though I'll also see what I can do in Vermilion City as well. I'll also see if I can reach out to our forces down in Cinnabarctica to see if they can meet any locals who'd be willing to join the fight as well, but I don't know what conditions are like down there, or if Spectrum or Satellite have even touched that region.
Speaking of Layla,
Yeah?
maybe you can start telling her more how proud you are of her. And how fucking amazing she is.
Have I not?
You've treated her a lot like a soldier. Maybe it's time to treat her like your fucking kid.
His face is
When
gonna
was the
sort of
last time you
drop
looked
at
at-
that. She's not my kid, though. She never was.
She basically was.
She has a family. She doesn't need
Who
me or my approval
said-
anymore.
But she's had it for so long. Why, like, what makes it any different? You helped raise her when her parents couldn't. You're still there. Shut up. You're still there. You weren't there for me, and I just had Mom. And now you are here. Does that make you less of a man? No. You're trying. How about you try with your other fucking kid?
I didn't
And
know
start telling her
about
how
you or
proud
your
you.
mother.
Shut up. How about you start telling her how proud you are of her now? She just won a gym battle. She needs to hear from somebody that's not me.
She beat Blue?
Yeah.
After a moment of an astonished expression being frozen on Surge's face, he's gonna shut his eyes and smile, and you're gonna hear him mutter off to the side, "Atta girl." Roll me charm.
Oh, God.
He had better get a bonus to that, because that was amazing.
I'll give him a +3.
Yeah. Okay. Because I sassed my dad for you. That's the best AJ's ever done in his life.
Nice!
All right.
I have 3 dice and I never roll above a 10.
All right. I'll call her later once things are more stable.
I didn't say anything to you. You did it on your own volition. That's the right word, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But I did send you the video for you to watch later.
I'll give it a watch, and I'll call her once I've finished it. And AJ, son, thank you.
I'm gonna beat you one day, you know. We're gonna finish our match and I'm gonna beat you.
You're gonna have to if you want to get the rest of the gym badges. So I suppose that means you guys are gonna be heading home next. Now that
Yeah.
the operation for getting the Pokemon League back has had a dent thrown into it, according to these reports. Because there's
I'm
always
sorry.
something. It's not your fault. You didn't do it.
No, I'm sorry I told you to shut up. That was really disrespectful.
Hmm. It was. And if you were my son, I'd have you facing some serious consequences for that. Talking back to your commanding officer like that. But fortunately for
again.
you, I needed to hear it. So I'll let you go this time. But don't get used to it.
Don't tell Mom.
She has her ways of finding out.
I'll tell her. I know I will.
I know you will.
Gonna go check on my friends and Cece. I told her to leave me alone for 5 minutes. I didn't know how this was gonna go.
It's alright. I've got a lot of things to get to as well. But son, thank you. I love you, and I'm proud of you.
You really shouldn't be, but I love you too.
Why do you say I shouldn't be?
AJ's gonna get really quiet and then just kind of play with his bandana and take it off and throw it on his bed. You remember what we talked about before I left? Like, before we went on our mission?
Refresh my memory, please.
How I said I didn't want to grow up and do what Mom does. How I wanted to take over for you. But I'd be a different kind.
I recall now. Do you still want to do that? Especially after seeing what I've got to deal with.
I do things differently, so I'm not worried. But I don't know. I really do. But at the same time, as I was telling Layla, it's just, I guess the best way she put it is that I'm insecure, and that we had a meeting with some of the tribes, and I can't work under pressure. Like, once I get overwhelmed and I'm working on fumes and it gets loud, I can't even, like, focus to even yell at somebody to shut up. How am I supposed to lead if I get overwhelmed?
That's the trick of it, AJ. There's always going to be overwhelming situations. And all you can do is the same way you get better at Pokemon training. Keep trying, keep at it, keep failing, keep learning. And don't worry. You may not have what it takes to take over for me just now, but you're still young, and you've got a lot of time to learn that. And I know that someday, if you still really want it, you'll be able to walk into my office, and you'll be able to look me in the eyes, and you'll be able to tell me yourself that you're ready. And when that day comes, I look forward to putting you to the test.
Okay.
But for now, just focus on the mission ahead. The future will always be there, so long as you live to see it. Just keep working towards it. One mission at a time.
Watch your daughter kick Blue's ass and call her and tell her that you're proud of her. I'm gonna go make bandages for Sam.
Copy that, soldier. Lieutenant Surge, Commander Surge, out.
Rebuilder AJ out, and he will hang up.
Cece's gonna be standing in the doorway.
AJ has his head in his hands, and he's just kind of like looking at the desk, bouncing his leg.
Cece's just gonna tentatively walk up behind you and softly embrace you.
He'll lean back into her. I've
He's
never
right,
yelled.
You don't need to beat yourself up like this.
I've never yelled at either of my parents like that before.
It was an intense situation, and like he even admitted, he kind of needed to hear what you had to say. And he listened to you. You should be proud of that.
Then why do I feel so scared, like I'm gonna get punished?
Because you were brave. And bravery does not mean being without fear. You did something that needed to be done even when it was scary. And even after it's done, it's still scary. But it's done and you did it. And it's okay to feel that fear and process it now. And it's good to acknowledge it.
You're brave too, you know.
Thank you. I know.
Maybe not like yelling at your dad or your commander brave, but
Oh, I've yelled at my dad plenty of times too, don't get me wrong.
brave enough to lead a band of idiots that may or may not listen.
Can I tell you a secret?
Are we keeping secrets now?
Part of me wonders if maybe I won't be leading this band much longer.
Why do you say that?
Because Layla's finding herself again.
I mean, you guys can share leadership.
True enough. But she's been stepping into her role again, especially after finding her confidence. And lately, she's been taking charge and things have been working out for us. I've barely had to say or do much of anything, especially since I had my own breakdown back in Pewter City.
What do you mean you had your own breakdown?
There was a rather intense moment. I don't want to get into all the details right now, but basically, we hit a snag in our teamwork, in our communication, in our mission, and things came to a head, and I broke under the pressure. And I ran. But the team came and got me. Like they always do.
Do I know what that means?
That we always have each other's back.
No. That they see you as a leader. And that they see you as part of their team.
Yeah. You're right.
I understand why Layla gave me that look. I understand now. Oh, and he's going to like gently push Cece a little bit further away to get the distance.
Huh?
When I told you to come to my room,
Oh. She just starts laughing as you finally get it.
I have to hit her.
Well, she's just training in the other room.
Training. No, I'll hit her in the morning.
Sounds like a plan.
But in all seriousness, will you help me?
Hit Layla?
I mean, sure. That's something I'd pay to see.
I mean, I could have one of my Pokemon do it, but I don't think I'd be much in that regard. But I mean, I'll
No.
help you if you need.
No, I meant with the inventing.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That hasn't changed one bit.
I know I work a lot with Dudley and a few other people, but you really are one of my favorite people to experiment with.
And you're one of my favorite people to learn with. And travel with. And grow with. And even battle with.
Ava,
What?
that's something. What?
Never mind.
So in my bag, I have fabric scissors, and he's going to like we go across the room. His face is like clearly blushing.
Who the hell let you have scissors? What?
And with that, we're gonna jump over to Jakob. What's Jakob
My
up to
mother.
right now?
Oh, we're jumping over to Jakob.
Yeah, why not?
The sound of a blender whirring in the background is heard as Jakob is piecing together 4 to 5 straws, all just kind of like chambering them together into one really, really long straw. He has 3 glasses set out on the kitchen countertop. He's sprayed a pasty syrup that he has made out of sweet mago berry inside of the glasses. And he is finishing up making a milkshake that he then starts to pour into each of the 3 glasses. He puts 1 straw into one glass, 1 straw into another glass, and he hands one of the glasses over to his Smeargle, Hieronymus. He holds the other straw the other glass with one straw in his hand, and then the other glass with like 4 or 5-ish straws. He starts trying to work over towards Jordan's helmet to see if he can find a way to get a straw inside the helmet so Jordan can also enjoy a milkshake with us.
Wait a minute. Oh my god, is it time?
Jordan and Hieronymus both eagerly start gulping and slurping down the milkshake from their cups, actively enjoying the flavor.
Jakob looks at Hieronymus just kind of like with shifty eyes for a moment, and then Jakob puts his finger in some of the leftover froth that's inside of the milkshake blender, and then he draws one side of a handlebar mustache on Jordan's helmet, and then he points at Hieronymus' tail and points at the leftover stuff as well.
Hieronymus is going to dip his tail in the froth and paint the rest of the mustache and a goatee underneath, much to Jordan's chagrin.
I'm high-fiving Miss Muriel immediately.
And Jordan is then immediately going to start shaking off the froth and splattering it on you both.
It's not that much. It's not that much. It's okay. You look dignified. It's all right. Oh, I guess the milkshake's bad. I'm sorry. What would you prefer? Listen. Look, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just enjoying spending some time with the both of you because I don't get to do so as much as I'd like to. We're dealing with some difficult times right now here, and just with everything that's going on around us. So I'm not sure how much time I'm going to be able to get to spend with the two of you because I feel I'm going to need to use some of my more powerful Pokemon more often. But whatever kind of quality time I can get to spend, I'm going to do what I can to still be with you, okay? And Jakob he puts his milkshake down, he kind of rubs both of them on their shoulders.
They both just start sort of like grunting happily and wagging their tails. As Hieronymus lets out a yawn.
Listen, you're not allowed to go to sleep until you finish your milkshake. Those are the rules. Everybody has to have dessert. It's in the contract. Milkshake.
You have an incoming call from Maroon! You have an incoming call from Maroon!
Guys, hold on. Everybody, get your milk. Hold the milkshake. He puts the milkshake back in Hieronymus' hand, and he just kind of like leans into the two of them, holding his milkshake, and then he answers the call with the camera towards him.
Everybody, hold up. My wife is calling.
Yeah, I gotta look good. Hold on. Boop. Oh, hey Maroon.
Sup,
Good to see
dude?
you. I'm just enjoying some milkshakes with the fellas.
Oh, yeah. Dude, we've had plenty of milkshakes over where we are, because there's more than enough ice to go around, I'll tell you that much. Man, I thought Cinnabar was supposed to be like a tropical island. This is crazy. And she just like pans and shows you just like this frozen over tundra.
I must have a pretty bad idea of what tropical means because, no, I don't like any of that.
Yeah, neither did any of the denizens of Fire Cloister either.
Okay, I just thought of something. And have you had any, you don't have a lot of access to the network it seems, but have you had any ability to read some of our reports or anything like that?
Yeah, we've actually managed to get some of those getting through, especially by the time we reached the Fire Cloister base. Thankfully, they've managed to get their generator and power system up and running at the very least, and when yours truly showed up, I managed to make it so that they didn't have to rely on emergency power for literally everything.
I wonder if in the same way that the environment over here is being completely sent off kilter by Groudon, if maybe the environment over in your area is being entirely sent off kilter by another type of Pokemon.
It could be. There has been some speculation as to what's causing all the ice and snow and whatnot. A lot of it is suspected to be from the primals and the volcanic eruption after a certain primal someone let out a massive volcanic blast that created a giant ash cloud that blocked out the sun, and then temperature dropped, and then suddenly perpetual
just some
snow.
light stuff.
Yeah. But also, apparently, another certain legendary Pokemon might have found that appealing and is allegedly taking some moves to keep it this way.
You know, it's interesting. Toshi would be really, really mad at me for this, but I kind of want to do it. There's 2 legendary Pokemon that we met that I think would be perfect to try and deal with the situation that you're dealing with over there. 2 fire-based legendaries would be very helpful in that kind of situation. Toshi would not forgive me for a very long time. I don't think she'd be happy at all.
I don't think any of the locals would be too happy about it either, because, well, the Jinx tribe seems to have adapted to the situation rather, aptly. And the Mamoswine tribe would definitely be pissed off. But then again, they're pissed at anything that moves, so she shrugs.
Well, it sounds like those tribes have adapted to the cold environment. Would it be safe for them to change the environment now after all this time?
That's kind of the question, isn't it? But unfortunately, the people who haven't adapted are those in Red Cloister, and now they're stuck in this frozen tundra that they are not equipped or designed to survive. The Jinx tribe has been keeping them along as best they can, but even if they're cared for physically, just everything's starting to get to them and they're losing hope.
Well, there's only a couple options. One is to use the technology we have that the tribes don't have to do something to maybe help them survive the weather better. One of them would be to have them evacuate the cloister and move to a different location, but that's going to destroy the unique culture of their cloister and also abandon it, which that's not something that's really anybody's ever done before.
Well, I mean, honestly, if they could leave, they would do it, but getting here alone was... She kind of pauses a moment as if she's, like, flashing back to something horrific. It wasn't easy.
And the other thing would be to stop the weather, but I'm no Pokemon expert, but aren't Mamoswine ice Pokemon?
Oh yeah, very much so. Honestly,
So if
everything
they
here
lose
is
their-
adapted to an icy tundra climate.
So if they lose their climate, what's going to happen to them?
It'd certainly be a change-up for things.
It could be more than a change-up. It could be the last thing that happens to them.
Yeah. I don't know, it kind of feels like no matter what we ultimately do, it feels like someone's losing out. I think right now, the best outcome we're hoping for is to find a way to successfully relocate the survivors of Fire Cloister over to somewhere else. But we don't know where we could
really bring them... I mean, I guess we could... I don't know.
I don't think that's really something necessarily even for us to decide. Can you send the information across to us, myself, the rest of the team, about the people who we would be needing to evacuate and how many? And we can get this along to Surge, we can get this along to people in other cloisters, we can see what we can do for them.
Yeah, sure. I'll ping you the location of our, of the fire cloister where we are, and you guys can do with that information what you will. In the meantime, we're also set to, begin our expedition towards the ruins of Cinnabar Lab tomorrow as well. Hopefully looking into that fossil resurrection thing, too, for, the ghost lady.
Please, as well as pinging the location, we need to know the amount of people we're going to be dealing with so we can try and get relief efforts going as fast as possible. We need to know how many people we're going to try to be taking care of, anybody who's sick, anybody who's a priority to get out. Some people in the cloister are going to be more adapted at surviving on the surface than others are.
Trust me, old man Shame has been all over that since we got here.
He's a good man. I'm not that surprised.
I mean, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree as far as Cece's concerned.
So, I don't know if you've heard of this person. They're a friend of mine. You've met them once or twice. You know this person, Layla, right?
Yeah, I know Layla. How's she doing?
She's a future champion. She defeated Blue, a former champion in the area.
What? Shut up! Oh my gosh, that's awesome! Oh, I have to call her and tell her how proud of her I am! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, she's gotta give me all the deets, dude.
Oh, it's recorded. There's a video.
Oh,
It's
that
good
kicks
watch.
ass! I knew you guys wouldn't let me down!
Now, honestly, I'm kind of jealous. I feel like I need to go and get myself a second badge so I can try and feel like I'm, like I've got something to offer. She's got a badge and she can fight. I've got a badge and, he holds up a milkshake and takes a sip. Sometimes I cook stuff and I don't feel that these are necessarily equal. I've got to go and get myself another.
Dude, come on, you earned that badge just the same way that Layla earned hers.
And I'm going to earn more badges.
Well, I mean,
So
if
we
I
have
remember
5
anything
left.
about the old world, Pewter City's just, like, right ahead of you, right?
Well, I don't know too much about the old world, so maybe.
Well, I mean, yeah, like, Pewter City was, like, the first place most trainers
Wait,
would go to
hold on.
get gym badges.
Oh, wait a minute. I remember I bought this, almost a month ago. Hold on. Jakob exits the application he's in the Poké Gear and loads up the atlas that he bought from Vermilion. Boom.
Yeah, there you go, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Pewter City. That's actually pretty close. Brock. Yeah, no. He's, the people that he rolls with, not in that way necessarily. The people that he's round are quite something.
Oh, yeah?
Really, when it comes down to it, they're probably, as far as the tribes go, I think they're the ones that I would like to have on our side the most. When it comes to, not necessarily from an agreement between how we live our lives, but from the standpoint of we need strong allies, and I think they are the strongest tribe that we've encountered anywhere.
That's a big
Right.
claim, dude. Like, I remember the Dragonite tribes, too, though. Like, not saying
Yeah.
they aren't strong, but just, like, Dragonites, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're not wrong, but that's,
Dude, are these
It's-
Steelix, like,
it's a
really on par
difficult-
with Dragonite? That's...
it's, I mean, I have an Onyx. His name is Cheddar. He's quite nice.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome, dude! I love it!
I do want to evolve him into a Steelix, but I don't have a Dratini. I think we're going to be going back and talking to the Dragonite tribe soon, and I'm going to ask them for a Dratini. I think they'll probably have some, and I think probably they would trust me to just give me one.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. We actually got a bunch of new Pokemon over here too.
Ooh, tell me.
Well,
We've been talking for this long, and you've waited this long to tell me about your new Pokemon.
look, I got distracted, dude. I'm sorry. What can I say? But yeah,
You can say things about your new Pokemon.
right. Okay. So Arthur, totally, he had to just go out and get one of those Swinub, and he's training it to get into a Piloswine and eventually a Mamoswine, so he can be riding that across the tundras.
He has not shut up about it since we got it.
He'll be riding in style, but I wouldn't shut up about it either.
In the meantime, it is an adorable little piggy, too. It makes the cutest little noises when it sleeps. It just goes... It's so cute.
He sleeps right next to it, doesn't he?
Oh, he holds it like a stuffed animal.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then Rhyperior holds him like a stuffed animal.
None of this is really too surprising when it comes down to it.
Perhaps not, but I also got to know someone to help clean things up, especially when it comes to like oil change and transmission.
Oh?
Introducing the Blob!
Well, I can certainly see how they would help there, yeah?
Yeah, funny enough, I caught him in my engine my gas tank trying to eat all the bad oil and stuff.
Well, it's bad oil, so sounds like it's a pretty good relationship the two of you have started here.
It is, but I also don't appreciate him gunking up my engine either, because that's not a good byproduct either. So we're working on a working relationship. Seems to be going well so far. But wait till you see what Janica got recently. Like, I don't even know what it is. It's just this strange little thing that we found just floating around and just, like... It was, like, really cute, but, like, it's got this weird appearance to it. It's like, purple, but adorable, and it's got this weird needle on its head.
Is it safe?
I mean, as long as you don't value your nearby surroundings. And even then, it's mostly just nothing you can't wash off with a quick wash rag.
Jakob is starting to have a thought of one thing that this reminds him of, and he's not happy right now, but he's waiting for whatever the image is. The one thing this reminds him of is Bad News Bears.
Is that like the Toxicroak or
Way worse than that.
Hang on.
So I
what's
really
worse than the
hope whatever-
Toxicroak?
I really hope whatever I'm about to be shown is not that.
She's gonna go digging through... okay, I think I found a photo of it. This is when we first met it.
Strider had to dip because they were getting sleepy again. They just didn't want to disappear.
That's okay. Take care. Good night, Strider. Also, and then the image of this creature pops up on your Pokegear.
Oh, no, I've never seen anything like that before. No, not what I was thinking.
No, you have no idea what the heck this thing could be.
Kind of fun looking, though.
It is really cute, but it has a habit of, graffiti.
So it's got an artistic streak?
You could say that. Honestly, Ed and Hieronymus might even get along.
Seems like that's the kind of thing to nurture, really.
Janica's certainly not, discouraging it.
adventure out there, and especially in those kind of difficult conditions. That's admirable.
Yep. Hopefully we'll be able to find a solution to everything, but we gotta focus on one thing at a time. Oh, did you guys send out the memo about, like, needing gym badges or whatnot?
About satellite?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that video went out.
Mhm.
Jakob hasn't looked. He hasn't viewed it yet.
And then suddenly Maroon is gonna be like, oh, right, I just remembered one of the primary reasons I called you guys.
Yeah.
It's like,
What's going on?
I saw the video you sent. Is it true?
I didn't send you any videos, did I?
Layla and AJ sent out the thing about Team Satellite and Christopher Caesar.
Oh, they sent out a video? No, I didn't watch that yet. I was making milkshakes with the boys.
You're gonna want to see this, dude. And she's gonna play the video for Jakob.
This is gonna ruin my milkshake. Jakob puts it on down on the counter so it doesn't drop it dramatically, because that would just make a mess that he has to clean.
Yep.
Alright, gang, come on, back into your Pokeballs. And he's gonna withdraw the two of them to watch the video.
Giovanni will once again come up on screen and give his message to Silver, announcing his plans and his whereabouts. And his alias of Christopher Caesar.
Jakob is, he's leaning down on the counter, elbow on the counter, like hand on his chin. But he still has his one finger extended and just kind of pushing his eye up as he's really just sitting with a... He looks like he's like partially thinking, but most of his thought is clouded by how shitty of a person this is. So it's hard to think of anything aside from how much of a dickhead this guy is.
Mm. This is some seriously bad news, dude.
I think I and the rest of the group may need to head back to the cloister pretty soon and get some in-person briefing. And I have something I need to retrieve. I stole something from them a while back, and I think it's time to get it out. Oh, by the way, I apologize. I'm a thief. Technically, it's the first time I stole anything, and I'm sorry, but I did do that, and I should probably tell you that I did that.
Wait, what did you take?
I stole a Genesect because they just like left it there, and
She's just gonna like recoil and just like shock, just like coming her mouth.
yeah, like they just
stole
like
a
they just
Genesect?
left it there. Yeah, no, it was like it seemed really irresponsible and like it needed a home, so I
Dude!
took it.
Dude! You
I think it's
need
time
to
to-
let me have a look at that thing!
Oh, you will, but it's currently locked away inside of some kind of thing in the cloister that Surge does with, I don't know, whatever weird information he has.
Oh, come on! I need to get my hands on that thing! It's so cool! It's a mechanical bioengineering marvel! It's like... Ugh! I can't even right now. It's so cool!
Yeah, I don't know how it works at all. I just, as soon as I got it, I sent it over to him. So even if they, you know, like tracked me down and beat me with hammers, they wouldn't be able to get it because I wouldn't have it anymore.
Dude,
But-
AJ and I would probably just, like, go nuts looking into how this thing works.
It would probably go nuts if you looked into how it works too. Yeah, I don't know if that's really a safe idea. But I
You're right,
feel like
I'm getting
with
ahead of
these
myself.
recent events, it may be worthwhile of us to head back to the cloister and for me to get it out to come with me. You can form a good relationship with any Pokemon if you try hard enough, no matter how different it is. I think I should try to start.
I wish I could head back and see you again, dude. I miss you.
Perhaps there's a way that...
Perhaps there's a way that we can find. I don't know. Your mission's important. Our mission's important. If there was a way to try and get them to both work together, that would be perfect. But
Well, maybe. I mean, obviously
is
you guys don't
also-
have to, but like, maybe if you guys are like heading back and stuff, and we're not done by the time you get there, maybe you could come down here and help us out with our own mission too? I don't know, I'm sorry, that probably just sounds like wishful thinking and me just being greedy and stuff.
So, the mission that we're on is kind of, in a way, on hold right now because of this recent attack.
Attack?
And I'm not sure if that. I apologize. Is that something that sorry, let me rewind. Our mission's a little bit on hold right now because we have several of the badges, but we don't have access to a lot of the rest of them. We need to head back to the cloister. We need to go around several other places here to try and find things, and I'm not sure we even have all the information.
Well,
We speak
I
with
mean-
Surge, and there's some way to find a way to get close by to your area, or perhaps if badges from the area that you're in would work,
I
then
was actually
it
just
out.
gonna say, I mean, we still have our own mission to focus on, but like, Cinnabar was home to a gym leader in the old world.
well, it sounds to me like perhaps it would be the perfect time for us to go to Cinnabar to take out the gym leader there and get their badge while we have the cover of another rebuilder team there to provide assistance. You don't often get that kind of luxury of having another team.
I mean, I'd be surprised if Blaine was still around after all this time, but like, yeah, dude.
I mean, I'm surprised that Cinnabar has Mamoswine living in it, so there's weirder things that have happened.
You know what? Fair enough, dude. But yeah, I gotta be getting back to the rest of the team soon. But I'm glad I got this chance to talk to you and keep you updated on our progress and stuff. Excuse me.
We need to do what we can to professionally find a way to get our teams to be closer to one another. I miss you. I just don't know if the mission that we're on with Surge is something that's going to let me get any close to you anytime soon.
No,
We've got to do what we.
I get you, and I'm in the same boat, man. But I miss you too, and one way or another, we'll see each other again soon. Count on it.
Oh, there was that red steel thing as well. Toshi caught a shiny Tinkaton that has like a magic teleporting hammer.
Yo, what?
Yeah, no, we'll send you that video too. Anyway, you should get back to your team.
All right, but I'm gonna need a story time on that later. I'll talk to you, dude. Holy crap! A shiny Tinkaton. And so with that,
Yeah, we'll hang up and finish this milkshake.
Did
Maroon.
Jakob ever give that shiny Revavroom to her yet?
No, I'm trying to meet up in person.
Got it.
You know, for a little bit of the yay.
Yep. And so, as the image of Maroon fades away and the call ends, Jakob is once again left not alone, but standing without his fellow rebuilder and beloved once more. But at the very least, he still has his Pokemon by his side and his team nearby. Still, if the call highlighted one thing, as has the conversations throughout the rest of the cloister tonight, even after Layla's successful victory, there is still yet a lot of work to be done and many more missions to accomplish as the journey continues.
Hot damn.
Oh my god.
So, what did we think of tonight's game?
Motherfucker, Jesus. I still can't believe I did it.
I'm so glad you're going to be the Pokemon champion. That's going to be fucking dope.
I can believe you did it, but I just can't believe how close it was in Blue's favor, to be honest.
That was like a photo finish.
It really was. Like, honestly, like, you using that match revive kind of really did help you clinch that victory.
Oh my god. What would have happened if it was a draw?
You would have had to try again, but you wouldn't have
Damn
lost.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you get the badge if you draw.
that's fair. I could draw the badge.
You
I
could draw
don't know
the
if
badge.
that's... We
But
can
you
draw a
don't
lot
have
of
to,
badges.
be-
I don't know if that's going to get us in.
But you do not have to draw the badge because you have it. And you should be proud of that.
I am. Holy shit.
3 down, 5 to go.
So, shit, yeah, we're going to need to go back... Are we going to go back to the Dragonite tribe, or are we going to be heading right back to the Cloister, do we think?
I think there's still the sunny weather of the Groudon. I thought we were gonna try heading towards Victory Road, even though we know we can't get to Indigo Plateau.
I mean, yeah, but, like, things
Yeah.
changed pretty drastically today.
This sounds like an in-party conversation where we have a like serious discussion on,
Yeah, we need to alert and get everybody together in person.
or at the very least, because even if we don't head to Cerulean, which like we could stop by Cerulean to inform the Dragonite tribe of everything that's happened. I think we still no. I suppose we don't need to stop in Saffron because Toshi's mom has the Marsh badge.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Who's
we
gonna
got to
fight
figure that out.
Toshi's mom?
What?
Who's going to fight Toshi's mom to activate the badge?
Toshi, duh.
Okay. That's going to cause some family drama. Say, like a little bit, at least.
Says the guy who fought his great-great-aunt.
Yeah. Also,
Okay, I'm sorry. If you're going to bring this out right now, that is probably the least amount of drama in this fucked up family.
you're not wrong. But yeah, even before we head to Cerulean, we still need to stop by Pewter, get the Boulder badge, and Layla needs to re-challenge Iron. We also need to stop at Celadon.
This
Well, you
Why
also
is
have
that
other teams out there, don't
on-
forget.
Yeah. Like we don't have to do everything ourselves because like you've got Fire Team Venusaur and Maroon in
Cinnabar.
Cinnabarctica right now. They might be able to get that badge.
Does Cece
Fire
have a
Team
badge?
Flareon is in Celadon right
CC
now.
has the Cascade badge.
She would also be perfect to fuck up Brock's party, from what I can think of.
Probably.
Yeah,
And
no,
Layla
that
also-
would be...
Layla
That'd
also
be really
suggested
rough.
to AJ that, hey, you know what? Fuck it. You said, like, why don't you try Brock? And he's like, maybe I will.
It definitely
It'll be
could,
great-
but
it'll be
CC's
great
entire
practice for your
party is geared towards fucking over that kind of trainer, so possibly. We've got options there, so that's good. We've got options.
The other problem
Right.
with CC, though, is that it's literally just me fighting myself at that point.
Yeah, masturbation. Try not to do it on stream, that's TOS, but we can try and get around it.
I mean, there was an idea that I suggested to you.
Rock, paper, scissors.
No, a double battle.
Alright, one of us controls Brock, and we just fight you.
Not quite. So the idea that I had is like Cece would choose like 1 or 2 people to help her out, and then like the opponent would then choose the other 2 people.
I mean, I'll fuck up Brock. I'm down to do it, but like the only reason I mentioned it is because CC as a water ace is like, it would be probably a pretty short fight.
Oh, by the way, Beckett, I did message you.
Oh, crap.
No, it's totally fine. These scenes were fantastic, and I did not expect this to happen. But let's just
Got it. I
things
see
will be
it.
interesting. Things will be interesting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But yeah, also, like, I got some ideas for the double battle, and there'll be, like, things, but we don't have to worry about that for a while, I don't think. So we're just gonna...
No,
let
let's
that
just
be for
revel
now.
in this. I fucking did it, but like we fucking did it.
Mm-hmm.
Jakob's not sure of what his next move is going to be here because he just really needs to get with the rest of the party for us to decide as a group where we're going to move here. He doesn't.
absolutely.
He's kind of like, oh, like this is a lot of stuff that's going on. I need to talk to everybody else.
I also hope he didn't mind me checking in with the whole Fire Team Blastoise thing either and getting you guys updated.
Oh no,
there.
not at all.
I loved that. And Jesus Christ, Janica has a Poiple! I'm so happy!
Hot damn.
I love Poiple. Poiple is probably my favorite Ultra Beast, and it is so cute!
And that's another thing,
I
the
know,
Ultra Beast
like, I
plotline
saw
is
that.
rearing its head again.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I kind of missed that Ultra Beast plotline. Like,
I
just...
considered that it could be a Poipole, but the other Pokemon that we've seen before that has kind of like a grayish alien-looking head, and then something on top that could be needle-like. I thought of Hoopa with Hoopa's top hair.
Oh,
extending up like a needle.
no!
I was just like, you better fucking not have caught a Hooper. I swear to God, I'll call Surge right now. I'll call him in on this bitch.
Uh-huh.
No, you don't gotta worry about that just yet.
Oh my
You caught a
god.
Hooper? I'm calling Surge right now. You're going to quarantine.
Oh my Jesus. That was
Yeah.
wonderful.
Seeing an Ultra Beast, funnily, was more relieving.
Oh yeah,
Which
because
is
those
not how
beasts aren't
that
inherently
actually goes.
bad.
Yeah, no, Ultra Beast. It's misunderstood. He's just a little baby.
I also just want to say, like, I really want to see Toshi in a gym battle.
Oh, same here. And I
It's
have
gonna have to
ideas for that.
So
Like-
do I.
I want to see how Toshi activates the Marsh Badge. I'm super hyped.
In the meantime, though, I'm also going to assume that you guys are probably going to be taking the rest of the day to rest and recuperate.
Oh yeah, I mean Layla is still, training up some of the babies, and that's how like especially getting some daycare XP, training XP in there, but also like the things that I told you.
Right.
I mean, if we're spending
And
the rest
barring-
of the day just chilling, Jakob will start just cycling through a bunch of his Pokemon since we have network connection and doing training with all of them.
Yeah, and like barring any necessary scenes that we feel need to happen during the rest of the day, we'll probably start either before you guys go to bed or the next morning with the meeting and what's going on there. But those details can be discussed off stream. And in the meantime, I'll just say thank you all so much for watching. If you're watching on Twitch, follow me for more streams in the future. And if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe. Also, be sure to leave a comment to let your voice be heard and get us out there and join the Working Class Pack. So until next week, good night, everybody, and happy Pokemon.
Well, good night, everybody.
Good night.